never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
What do you say? We all set here, ready to roll. What am I looking at here? Cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. That means we've got a Thursday coming on. 13th day of May. Not half bad. Excellent night as far as travelers' weather is concerned. Not really much of anything going to slow you down. Well, aside from the bridge closure there in Memphis, we got an update on that. And they actually released some photographs this past day of the quote crack they were talking about. It's not just a crack. It's like a full, a big time support beam that is totally severed. A little more than a crack. So, yeah, more on that coming up here. But aside from that, as far as precipitation's concerned, hard-pressed to find much of anything out there tonight. Even in the southeast, you've got a little break in the action after round of showers and thunderstorms and torrential rains. But there's more rain on the way. Things are going to be changing. Biloxi, Mississippi, Mobile, Alabama, Pensacola, Florida. You've all recorded just under 20 inches of rainfall since the start of April. Yeah, normals in that time frame would be more like 6 inches. In a 72-hour period that wrapped up Tuesday evening, portions of Texas and Louisiana had picked up over a half a foot of rain from this latest round of downpours. And we've got that frontal system that's still stalled across the region. And forecasters say it's not particularly unusual for rainfall events of this magnitude in this region of the country, even in the absence of a tropical system. But yeah, fronts can typically stall along the Gulf Coast when you've got cool, dry air to the north, not making any headway into the warm, humid air further to the south. And that results in downpours that are enhanced by moisture from the Gulf of Mexico that can last for days. Flooding, of course. So showers and thunderstorms will again continue to pester the region. We saw some through the day on Wednesday as that front remains draped across the Gulf Coast. However, a stretch of weather is soon on the way that'll certainly help to dry out the region as we begin to look for an area of high pressure moving into the region of the east starting today and on into Friday. And that should finally shove that troublemaker out of some of the hardest hit areas in the southeast. That'll bring some cool conditions in to end the week and head into the weekend. But of course, rivers are running abnormally high or past flood stage. With this onslaught of downpours we've seen, especially the first half of the week, at least you'll have an opportunity to get more outdoor activities in. Get out and do some yard work and maybe head to the beach, finally. High temperatures will be up to 20 degrees below normal today, though. That translates to Tallahassee, Florida, for example, forecast to have a high only in the middle 60s today. You would typically be in the middle 80s this time of year. Forecasters say if you're eager for the warmer weather to accompany the dry conditions, you don't have to wait too long. Temperatures are going to begin to rise starting Friday. Should be back to seasonable levels once again for the second half of the weekend by Sunday. There in the Deep South. And much of the Deep South is looking next week. They've been talking about a pretty significant warm-up. But we're now going to focus more on the central portions of the country. Forecasters are monitoring the potential for rounds of flooding rain and severe weather to erupt across portions of the plains this weekend and into early next week. Now, we've seen a below-average number of tornadoes in the month of April. Conditions appear to be coming together for an active severe weather pattern here in mid-May. There were just 73 tornadoes across the United States in the month of April, which is well short of the 3-year average for that month. Typically, it would be like 224. May has already produced more than 100 tornado reports. We did see violent thunderstorms ravaging southern Louisiana Tuesday night into early Wednesday morning, brought down some trees and power lines. Uptown portions of New Orleans. Further west, flooding downpours and high winds wreaking havoc on eastern Texas. Wind gusts of 48 miles per hour recorded in Huntsville, Texas, about 70 miles north of Houston. But experts say rounds of flooding, downpours, and severe weather are expected this weekend and into early next week. The area being targeted will be centered over portions of the southern plains rather than the southeast this time around. That's a relief for those in the southeast, as that high pressure we were talking about that builds in today. High pressure centered over the Great Lakes will allow portions of the region to start the process of drying out. So we'll begin to see a southeasterly flow that sets up across much of the southern plains, which means moisture from the Gulf of Mexico will move north into portions of Kansas, Missouri, maybe central Illinois, and portions of central Indiana, setting the stage for thunderstorms and heavy rain for that region. We'll see a series of weak disturbances tracking across eastward from the Rockies into the plains, actually starting Friday and then on through the weekend. One of these weak storms is going to move out of the Rockies, which that'll bring the threat for some locally severe thunderstorms from the Texas Panhandle to southwestern Kansas Friday afternoon and Friday night. So it's kind of like, You've got the calm before the storm here on through the day Thursday. These storms are going to be capable of producing hail and strong winds reaching potentially 70 miles per hour. We'll be watching cities like Dodge City, Kansas, Amarillo, Texas, Roswell, New Mexico. Be on the alert for rapidly developing severe thunderstorms. Motorists along I-40 are going to have to remain vigilant, especially where there's heavy downpours. Storms continue to move across the Midwest into the weekend as some warm and increasingly humid air advances northward through the southern plains, clashing with some of the cooler air further to the north. Kansas City, St. Louis, and Peoria, Illinois will all be at risk for rounds of heavy rain and locally severe storms. There would be the potential for flash flooding, especially where those heavy downpours repeatedly move over the same areas. AccuWeather says we could see some 8-inch rainfall totals in some of those areas. So be on the alert for sudden downpours, reduced visibility. Less than 100 feet at times. Ponding will occur in any low-lying poor drainage areas. Now, some locations that end up with up to 8 inches of rain over, a 3-day period. And the strongest storms may produce some locally damaging winds, especially over the southern half of Kansas and Missouri. Along with the flooding threat, a surge in humidity across the Midwest and the southern plains this weekend. There's going to be another potent storm approaching the region from the west. There's going to be a dip in the jet stream pattern, along with warm, increasingly humid conditions ahead of this potent storm tracking out of the Rockies. So again, we'll be talking the threat for severe weather in the southern plains as we look ahead to early next week. Storms could become more widespread and very nasty in the south central plains. We're talking parts of central Texas. Now, the exact location of these storms hasn't been solidified just yet, but forecasters this far out are cautioning. These severe storms can carry a number of risks: hail, torrential rain, damaging wind, and we could be talking tornadic activity early next week. As that severe threat gets underway in the plains, storms are expected to return once again to portions of Louisiana and the southeast. But at least you get a few days to attempt to dry out. I'm looking here, and obviously the industry headlines. Of course, shortage of gasoline and shortage of diesel fuel. It got a whole lot worse this past day, but things are going to begin improving. The official word is they have refired. They've got the Colonial Pipeline supposedly back up and running, but it's going to take, again, several days to get things all sorted out. But let's start with the update on the I-40 bridge over the Mississippi in Arkansas and Tennessee. You're going to have to find a new route, and this is probably going to last a while. Now, we already know that the crack was discovered, shut down the bridge to all traffic. And they said this past day the damage is a significant fracture in a steel beam that's crucial to the structural integrity of the bridge. As I said, they released photographs. This is a big beam that is totally severed. Now, it's too early to be sure, but the state is hopeful they will have maybe a short and then a long-term solution soon. The Arkansas DOT is coordinating with the Tennessee DOT to ensure the bridge is safe, of course, before reopening it to traffic. Per the bridge agreement, Arkansas DOT is responsible for the routine maintenance. Tennessee is responsible for maintenance and repairs. Both states share equal costs, they tell us. In the meantime, motorists traveling on I-40 eastbound in Arkansas, you're taking exit 5 to Interstate 55 to cross the Mississippi into Memphis. You're traveling westbound on the Tennessee side. You take the Interstate 55 bridge across the Mississippi River to get into Arkansas. From there, you take exit 4 to access I-40 westbound. So this Interstate 55 bridge, built in 1949, but Arkansas DOT officials assure us that the bridge is in good condition and it can handle the extra load here. Last inspection on that bridge was August of last year. Arkansas DOT reports that they're looking at the I-55 bridge again, just out of an abundance of caution here. Now, I-40 normally carries about 41,000 vehicles every day. 30% of that is commercial vehicles. So we're talking a high traffic corridor for commercial freight moving east to west there in the South. Let me see here. We got Brain Dead on the line, and I guess any updates as far as you're concerned, as far as the I-40 bridge?
Yeah, that break, it's not a crack, but it's more of a break. I love our media. It's just, I could go deep into our local media here. That is actually really close to one of the pillars on the Arkansas side. They had an engineer kind of photograph that bridge. There was a news conference right about lunchtime. If you go to the WMC TV, because I put the link on your page and on the group page. There's a story right before the picture of that break of the news conference, and they say that there are other beams down there that also need to be replaced as well. That while this bridge is closed, that they're going to try to replace those or repair those as necessary. So this is going to be a while. And it's not too, for me, in the daytime, it's not too bad. It takes me about 30 minutes from our yard to my wife's work, and points thereafter. Well, I also know shortcuts anyway, but it takes about an hour or two to cross the bridge into Tennessee from Arkansas. So just pack a lunch, pack your patience, and it's going to be like this for a while.
Well, I'm looking at the photos here that you had shared, and yeah, I don't know what would cause that sort of again, not a crack, but it literally broke. It is severed completely. Yeah. They're, like I said, and they hit it on the head. They're trying to come up with a game plan, and they know this is something major. He also said that they're lining up contractors to fix this. And I imagine when they get a contractor in place, it's going to be around the clock repaired. This is not going to be something where they come in, drink the coffee, BS for an hour or two, maybe get 3 hours of work and go home. This is going to be something that's going to be around the clock. We're like, remember in Atlanta when that bridge caught fire? What was it, about 6-7 years ago, wasn't it? Maybe not even that long. But yeah, they're going to get this thing back up and running, and just people got to understand. And I hope maybe now, once the pictures have been released, people can kind of go, whoa, now we see why all of this is going on. So, but Steve, I forgot to ask you last night because I got kind of rushed. Did you have a good weekend? I did indeed. Yep. Of course, weekend's just around the corner now. Another weekend on the horizon here. We're into Thursday already. Yeah, no, I've been kind of slacking a little bit. But, yeah, Dingbat's birthday was over the weekend. And her relative that moved in, Melvin, decided he wanted to take her out for a royal treat of an expensive dinner. And let me tell you what happened. She told me about this. So first off, he took her to Burger Queen and ended up at Dairy Queen, and then ended up at the lumber aisle at the Lowe's. So I tell you what, Steve, this has gone crazy, man.
Sheesh, that lumber prices?
Off the charts. I'm seeing that what was a $30 sheet of plywood a year ago is like $90 now, if I'm understanding.
Yeah, I tell you. And you know what? The whole time I thought he was a cheapskate, just like you, Steve.
Yeah.
Have a good morning.
Thank you much. Oh boy, yeah, you've seen all the memes. People, if you got a truck with a load of lumber, that must be a rich person. All right. The other scenario, of course, the other big story this week has been can't find fuel, right? All right, here's the good news. We'll start with this. The nation's largest pipeline restarted operations here late Wednesday. Colonial initiated the restart, saying in a statement that all lines, including those lateral lines that have actually been running manually, will return to normal operations. But it's going to take several days for deliveries to return to normal. In the meantime, drivers have been finding gas stations with little or no gas in many areas in the Southeast. There's no gasoline shortage. It's just the problem of getting it from point A to point B. That's it. Well, what you're feeling is not a lack of supply or a supply issue. We have a transportation issue. According to the spokesperson for AAA, there is ample supply to fuel the United States for the summer. It's, like I said, an issue getting it to the gas stations because of the pipeline. All right, it's all these stories of people from construction workers waiting in line at stations. How about like delivery people? An Uber Eats driver said, I need gas to make a living. Probably not going to be delivering food tonight because I don't want to wait in line while the shortage continues. In North Carolina, last evening we were talking like 8% of stations, which wasn't too bad in North Carolina. In North Carolina right now, 65% of stations are out. So, yeah, you're having a difficult time finding a station with fuel. Just outside of Raleigh, a couple of people charged with assault after fighting and spitting in each other's faces, arguing over the spots in line at a Marathon gas station. This is kind of reminiscent of some of this stuff we saw back in the 1970s, the energy crisis. The governor there in North Carolina urging people to only buy gas if your tank's low and report any instances of price gouging, which apparently some of that's going on. I was watching one of the media reports where they had the news team was actually there at the station. They were interviewing a woman who said here a few days ago it was less than $3 a gallon. She said, I didn't look at the price before I started pumping. And I mean, I already had a half a tank, so she probably didn't really need to be filling up anyway. But she said, I got to $20 and then it was $25. And I mean, normally if I'm almost empty, it doesn't cost me more than $25 to fill up. She said, then I looked at the price and it was $5.99 a gallon. What the? And the media team that was there actually said while they were on the location, the price jumped two more times from $5.99 to $6.49. Shortly after that, it was $6.99 a gallon. That, to me, sounds like price gouging, does it not? All right, let's see. If I don't have the gas, I'm not running, according to Ron Brown of Ellijay, Georgia, who operates Ron's Appalachian Trail shuttles and often takes hikers on hours-long trips from Atlanta Airport to the North Georgia mountains and to a number of points along the trail. Interviewed a guy in Norfolk, Virginia, who waited more than 20 minutes for a slow operating pump at a 7-Eleven to fill her tank. So, okay, so the tanks are so low that took one vehicle 20 minutes to fill their tank. Oh, my. So good times there in the South. Things are going to begin to improve, though. But right now, again, you're still having issues. Let me give you an update because for the commercial vehicle operators out there, just maybe a heads up. We got an update from some of the big three truck stop chains where they're out of diesel. Let's start with the update from Love's Travel Stops. They updated their list where there is no diesel. And this is going back about 11 hours ago. This is like just after the noontime Wednesday Central Time. But let's see, the Love's location, Waco, Georgia. That's like store 311. These are out of diesel this past day. I'm looking at Orangeburg, South Carolina, Emerson, Georgia, Jasper, Tennessee, Calhoun, Georgia, Elgin, South Carolina, Commerce, Georgia, Madison, Georgia. All those no diesel. That was the update again. Pilot fuel shortages. This past afternoon, they updated their list of diesel outages to include Savannah, Georgia. Let me see here. Tallapoosa, Georgia. The pilot location in Lugoff, South Carolina. Flying J in Blacksburg, South Carolina. The pilot in Florence, South Carolina. Let's see. The Pilot Travel Center off Interstate 26 in Casey, South Carolina. The pilot off I-75 in Vienna, Georgia. Flying J at Mount Airy, North Carolina. And there's a pilot location in Waldo, Florida. Those locations all out of diesel. Let me see. There's a handful of others. St. George, South Carolina. Winnsboro, South Carolina. Prosperity, South Carolina. Haw River, North Carolina. Trouton, North Carolina. Salisbury, North Carolina. And Rock Hill, South Carolina. All those pilot or Flying J locations were out of fuel this past day. Travel Centers of America did not produce a full list. TA issued a statement that said they are experiencing intermittent supply outages at locations. You may find yourself limited in the amount of gallons per purchase, depending on the location. Again, but they did not have a list of affected locations at publication time. But so there's a bit of what's going on out there in the Southeast. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. So, yeah, a little bit of price gouging going on there at that one pump, huh?
$6.99, Gemini.
I thought, I'm thinking back, was it the 2008 deal? We had gas shortage problems too, and that weren't there some states that I don't know how many did or whatever, but I'm not sure if Maryland was one or not that said that they made a law that gas stations could only raise their prices at the pumps once a day. You remember something like that? They were,
Yes.
that, if you
I do kind of remember that,
Yeah,
but yeah, because for the media, the news team to be there at a station, and they showed the marquee, $5.99, then they said, just a matter of minutes later, it was $6.49. A few minutes after that, it was $6.99. It was unreal.
Yeah, that's kind of not right to do by the sounds of it. It doesn't sound good for the public, and but as you say, that's crazy, especially that amount of jump. It wasn't even like a 10-cent jump or a 15-cent jump. That's 50 cents every pop. But anyways, we'll see how good your call screener did for you. See if I can remember everything I wanted to say about here. So I guess Baltimore there, the 4th of July celebration for the city of Baltimore has now been canceled. They mentioned that the other day there. I forgot there the other day, but there's going to be no 4th of July celebration for the city of Baltimore. So no fireworks on the barges out in the harbor or any of that stuff with the Inner Harbor, the Francis Scott Key, Star Spangled Banner, Federal Hill, Fort McHenry, all that stuff. It's all going to be quiet again for a second year there. So I guess they'll have to come up with their own fireworks to have down there, right? They can figure something out because they usually have 25, 30 shootings a weekend.
I mean, we're into the second consecutive year of trying to cancel 4th of July stuff because of the COVID pandemic, which that makes no sense at all. With the number of people that have been vaccinated now, I want you to hold that thought and see if you can adjust your little headset microphone there, Horse Feathers, because we're rolling towards news break. But Mike DeWine this past day here in Ohio, Governor DeWine. DeWine's one of those that throughout the pandemic, he's been, I guess, not quite as bad as Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan, but shut down, limits on dining capacity and all that. Much more stringent requirements than many other states. But now they're trying to find incentives to get people to go out and get the vaccine. New Jersey recently announced people who get vaccinated could get a free beer. Oh, that's enough incentive for me, right? A free beer. Now, Ohio's taking things up a notch, and this is real. $1 million lottery. Mike DeWine emphasized the importance of getting vaccinated, especially getting children vaccinated, he said this past day. It's time to end the health orders. People have been following this for the past year. As more and more get the COVID vaccine, vaccination is clearly safer, regardless of age, than running the risk of getting COVID, he says. Now, he called on businesses to offer incentives for people to get the vaccine, and then he announced the incentives being offered by the state. For people 12 to 17 who get the vaccine will be eligible for a lottery to receive a full 4-year scholarship to a state university, including tuition, room and board, and books. Now, that's for 12 to 17-year-olds. But that's nothing compared to the announcement for everybody else. Adults who have received at least their first dose of vaccine will be eligible, and winners will be selected for $1 million lottery. $1 million to be selected once a week for 5 weeks. The money, he says, is going to come out of the existing federal coronavirus relief funds. I guess that's coming out of the $1.9 trillion bill, right? And if you're thinking, wait, what? He explained the decision this way. I know some of you are shaking your head saying, that Mike DeWine, he's crazy. This $1 million drawing idea of yours it's a waste of money. But he said, truly, the real waste at this point in the pandemic, when the vaccine is readily available to anyone who wants it, the real waste is any life that is lost due to COVID-19 now. Okay. So $1 million a week for 5 weeks. I don't know how you're going to get registered for that, but there you go. News break time, and it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden has signed an executive order to address a recent increase of high-profile cyber attacks. The order creates a public-private partnership to improve communication between the federal government and the private sector on cyber issues. The White House says the order will also create a standardized playbook laying out how the government will respond to an attack. A CDC panel has given its recommendation to the Pfizer COVID vaccine to be used for 12 to 15-year-olds, with the agency's director adding her approval. The move allows the shots to be administered to teenagers 12 and up as early as Thursday. And Ohio Governor Mike DeWine announced a unique incentive to get Ohioans vaccinated. Starting on May 26, the Buckeye State will hold a weekly drawing for a $1 million prize for residents 18 and over who have received at least one dose of COVID vaccine. DeWine says the drawings will last 5 weeks and will be paid for out of federal coronavirus funds. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have an idea for a book, fiction, nonfiction, or a children's book? We can help you put it together and bring it to market at Dorrance Publishing. We have thousands of testimonials from people just like you that we've helped get their books sold in stores and online. We've even got a service called The Writer's Coach. It's perfect for people that have a book idea in their head and they just need someone to help them put it on paper. Dorrance Book Publishing has been helping people just like you who have a book idea, written or not, for over 100 years. Imagine being counted among the most famous authors in the world with your very own book. Call right now and let us help you turn a book idea into reality. It's easier than you think. You just need a little help. Call us now.
800-876-9035. 800-876-9035. 800-876-9035. That's 800-876-9035.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta Mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Okay, let's jump right back into it here. Let me flip over who's checking in. Let's see. Dale checks in from Jacksonville. Morning, Dale. Yeah, partly cloudy, 71, a little windy. Another typical Florida day. Rain in the afternoon. As always, be safe, drivers, and keep Steve awake tonight. Good morning to Bidu checking in here. Let's see. Morning theme from Charlotte, North Carolina. That's the 15 car. Where today it was colder than Alaska, and we don't have any gas. Oh, boy. Richard checks in from Florida as well. Copy in the mail there, Chevy guy. Tank checking in from California this morning. It's a nice 85 degrees here tonight. Wow. Yeah, we were talking about the whole heat wave thing that's going to be building in, and it's going to last like all next week. Anyway, headed back east to the home 20. Everybody, truck safe out there. Morning from Detroit, Michigan. 50 in the suburbs of Detroit. Off the road tonight, my youngest daughter graduates from high school later today. How about that? Congratulations. Are they doing the actual graduation ceremonies? Last year they canceled all those in-person ceremonies and whatnot. Hopefully back to normal this year, right? Richard, 75 degrees where he is. John checking in. Howdy from Grand Rapids. Little chilly, but clear. Got my 10-hour break in progress and finally get to rest up. All right. And Monty Python says, good morning, Your Honor. Still waiting for that heat wave. All right, hang in there. It'll be coming before you know it. And, there's Santa Claus. Top of the morning from close to the Panama Canal. All right. Pretty cool that you can listen to us anywhere, right? Anywhere in the world. Buckeye Boy checking in from the house in Ackworth, Georgia this morning. 50 degrees. The lot where I park my truck's about 7 miles from I-75, and in those 7 miles, there are 10 gas stations, including a Kroger gas station. None of them had gas of any kind. The racetrack had diesel fuel, so after I parked my truck and got my pickup and topped it off with diesel so my wife could drive it while I'm on my next run and save the gas in her car. I'll be headed to Corpus Christi on Saturday. Hope I don't have any problems finding fuel along the Gulf Coast, although I probably won't need it until I get to western Louisiana. Have a great night. Be safe out there. Yeah, hopefully by Saturday things will begin to be better as far as, with the pipeline back up and running. In other words, I guess, the racks will be able to start off loading fuel. But, there's so many locations that are out. It's going to take a while for the delivery trucks. I know they're trying to bring extra drivers in to move fuel in that region of the country. And I believe I saw that, Biden alluded this past day to maybe using, I guess, like some of the National Guard or something to use their military fuel trucks to help get supplies back in line. I'd see if I can dig that up. But meanwhile, let's get back to horse feathers. All right, thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, thanks for holding me over there, Your Honor. So hopefully this works a little better now.
Sounds good.
So anyways, so what do you think of that there? You're 2 years in a row where you got 4th of July celebrations canceled there for the COVID. So, but then, hey, this Saturday, back on schedule is the Preakness. You got the Preakness running, and I guess Bob Baffert's horse there that won the Kentucky Derby's all cleared, ready to go. So you still have your chance to your Triple Crown winner there. So if you'd bet for that horse for the Kentucky Derby, you can, your bet through for the Triple Crown winner is still good to go. So what ended up being the whole deal with that? I heard that there was that drug supposedly that the horse tested positive for was in some ointment that was a rub down ointment or something. They didn't even know the drug was in.
Some sort of salve that they were using, because the horse had some kind of a rash on his back end or something, and they had been using it every day for, I don't know, a week or two or something, but that was one of the prime ingredients in it, whatever that steroid was.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so we made all that big noise there. It's like everything else, you get one little thing, and then before you investigate and find out what the whole story is, you make a whole big deal out of it. And now you've turned the whole racing world upside down because they're doping horses. And it's like, if everybody just calmed down and wait for the real facts to come out. And so anyway, speaking of the real facts coming out, I was watching on the NBC News, and I don't know why I haven't just deleted that channel from the complete lineup because I don't know why anybody even watched it at this point, other than the fact I like seeing what the other side has to say. They're talking about Liz Cheney being ousted from her position, and well, she's not going down without a fight, and she's going to do everything she can to make sure that previous, former President Trump is nowhere is able to even come back to Washington or anything of that nature, and she's going to be the resurrection of the Republican Party.
Yeah.
Are you going to follow her as a Republican?
No, sir. Nope.
So anyways, and they, was going on, and they went on about how, they said that the election was stolen, how she said that the president said that the lie that the president said about the election being stolen. And it's like, well, if it was such a lie, then what's going on in Arizona? I don't know, but, I guess they're trying to keep their narrative alive any way they possibly can.
Correct.
But, anyways, so I had one other thing there. What was the one other thing? Did your answering thing there, did it keep track of one more thing for me?
XM radio.
I had XM radio. There you go. So the new truck I'm in here, my boss has the XM radio, and I had that on the other channel there that you'd probably end up on if they put you on the satellite.
Yeah.
That channel is the one that gets preempted when they have ball games. The Road Dog channel is one that gets preempted when they have ball games. So if you get on the XM radio, you'll be back to the same situation you were with the AM thing with the Cincinnati Reds there with games going on.
So
I don't know how.
What game is there? A particular team that they run on that channel or something?
It's because of the whole Major League Baseball. They can only use so many channels, and when they have to add all the extra channels for all the ball games going on at the same time, I believe they have to take other channels off the air. So until the ball games are over, they only have a limited amount of channels to use, apparently.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So the Road Dog channel is one of the ones that gets zapped when they got to play their games, because I got on and it had its recording in there saying that normal broadcasting will resume when the sports part of this is over, and it's like, yep, okay, whatever. But anyway, so I didn't know if you realized that or if other people caught that, or and I don't think that'll be a big deal for you, other than because your sponsors wouldn't be their sponsors, and their sponsors would have to deal with whatever. But if it goes until 2-3 o'clock in the morning, I don't know when normal programming comes back, because I don't normally listen to it at that time, because hey, I'm listening to something a lot more important than that.
There you go.
Because I really don't need to listen to George Norrie that you can hear on 600, 800 terrestrial radio stations anyways. And that's what killed me back when we had the Bozo deal there, and I was up in Rochester, and you had all the syndicated shows on all the stations across the country, from the Golden Gate to the Empire State, and from the Florida Keys to the Hudson Bay, or whatever that whole deal was.
Mm-hmm.
And we finally get you on the radio station in Rochester, Wham 1180. We finally get you on there. It lasts for about 3 months, and they put Art Bell back on. It's like I can listen to Art Bell on every freaking little radio station from Buffalo to Albany. Anybody that's broadcasting out of their house with an aluminum foil antenna and transmitters got Art Bell on, and I want to listen to the truck show, and no, they take it off our 50,000 watt station. That it's like unreal. I don't know what the deal was, but anyways, I guess that's enough of me complaining about all that for one Thursday morning. But good news is weather's all clear. Did they get that rocket off down there to Wallops Island yet, or do they need Elon Musk to come down there and show them how to do it?
Again, I'm going to have to double check on that. I'll pull that up here in a bit. I'll do a double check. Discount double check.
There you go. Hey, blue light special or something, right?
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
all right. Hey, with all that complaining and nonsense and stuff there, we'll let you go out and look for an intelligent caller there and have some real fun tonight.
All right. Have a good morning. We'll chat again. All right. Under the industry headlines, a Tampa chemical trucking company is being sold to the railroad giant CSX Corporation in a deal that's expected to create a sprawling rails to roadways chemical distribution network across North America. Quality Distribution, a privately held logistics and transportation company headquartered in downtown Tampa, is spinning off and selling its Quality Carriers arm, which operates North America's largest shipping network for bulk liquid chemicals like fuels, acids, fertilizers. Quality Carriers, whose fleet includes 2,500 drivers, moving between more than 100 hubs and terminals throughout North America, will remain based in Tampa. Terms of the sale were not disclosed. The deal is expected to close in late summer or early fall. In a statement this past day, executives from both companies highlighted the scope and potential impact of the deal. The company's unique and seamless rail-to-highway offering, said Quality Controls, would be the first of its kind. According to CSX, in a statement, Quality Distribution chairperson and CEO called this deal a game changer for the industry. This transaction gives CSX and Quality Carriers the unique opportunity to offer a powerful combination of truck and rail solutions to customers with the added benefit of maintaining Quality Carriers' headquarters in Tampa. They said the deal would lead to more opportunities and more choices for truckers who prefer both local and long-haul jobs. As part of the deal, Quality Distribution will spin another subsidiary, Basso Global, into its own standalone company and cease using the Quality Distribution brand name. Basso provides shipping services for bulk shipping containers through a network of hubs in North America as well as Europe. They will continue to be based in Tampa. All right, company officials said 99% of Quality Distribution's workforce will remain in place, with most changes taking place at the corporate management level. Okay. Founded in 1913 in Pennsylvania, Quality Distribution has been based in the Tampa Bay area for decades. Back in 2015, a company was sold for $800 million to a private equity firm, Apex Partners. All right, pretty big deal, I guess. It's about 9 before the hour, and it's 844-844-3388. And good morning, Heatwave.
Good morning, senor. It's a blistering 53 degrees out here right now at the Hacienda in Edgewood. It's comfortable, except my wife still has the AC on because of her condition. Holy crap, it's a good thing I got them solar panels. That way I can produce all the juice I need during the day to pay for it at night.
Uh-huh.
I was talking to Blind Man earlier today. He really appreciates us all, his new buddies. And he told me to make sure I said hi to you for him. So, sometimes he has that what they call the 24/7, where a visually impaired person cannot go to sleep because they're already in the dark, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes when he has that condition, that's when he just calls up and says hi. But he didn't want you to think, he just dropped off the face of the earth. He said to say hi. Well, I'm glad they got the fuel issue taken care of because, not only would that have affected the Southeast and the East Coast like it's been doing, but that's going to trickle down and affect me out here in the West. not so much as the fuel, but as far as the freight. Because if they ain't getting enough diesel to push that stuff around, then we're going to be sitting up here with eastbound freight from the west just stacking up and no eastbound going to the west.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that would work out. Yeah, the bridge. I guess they just can't get the welders out there and weld them damn brakes in that metal, can they? It seemed like that would be a nice short-term solution there. Hell, I'd use bubble gum, but I don't think that would work very well.
The strength of a weld versus I'm not exactly sure. It's
And someone on here said, how much you want to bet that it was an American-made steel? Well, I don't know. That bridge has been there a while. It could very well be. It just may be all the years of vibrating and whatnot from the heavy traffic that it has.
Yeah.
But that sure wouldn't be a very good driving down on that bridge, and all of a sudden a section gives way, and there you are looking at the muddy Mississippi.
Yep.
So, you heard Biden said he inherited this border crisis or this mess at the border.
He inherited it? Okay.
That's what he says. I'm like, no. That was within the first few hours of you overturning a Trump order, having everything closed up. As far as, let's put a wall there, tell these people to stay in Mexico or they just don't get nothing. And, the Democrats are going to tell a lie and repeat it and repeat it and repeat it until somehow the lie becomes a truth. I don't trust them. Well, let's just call them people. I'm not going to trust them at all. I had never voted Democrat, and after this, I don't care if the Republican is the biggest damn shyster out there. I'm going to vote for them over a Democrat that might care about the country. So, anyways, well, I'll tell you what, old Fly Rod's getting me in trouble with a bunch of people here.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he called Big Moose and asked him about his authority and what kind of trailers he run. And Moose was like, well, he didn't recognize Fly Rod. He said, well, it all depends. What do you got? And he says, well, I got a couple of loads going to New Mexico. And he says, well, how much does it pay? And he says, about $5.50 a mile. And I guess Moose got perked up. The whole idea was to haul me trailer loads of them damn cicadas. And what we could do is squish them, you get the oil out of them and make an alternative fuel out of the bug juice. And I said, it would have been better if he put them over there with the empty, the empty stalls or whatnot that they got. And he says, no, he says, we just need to send these people to New Mexico, get them out of here, all these nuts. So when Moose found out, I went ahead and called him and I said, look, that was none of my doing. And of course, Moose sent me a couple of pictures of a bull and some manure. So he's pretty good about that. Yeah. So speaking about the cookbooks, we really ought to get Bourbon Street Gary out here to give us his input on how the Creoles would go ahead and throw the spices in there. I mean, if it is a literal mud bug compared to the crawfish, I imagine he has some good Creole recipes that we could use in our cookbook. And I don't know who our publisher is or our lawyers, because they all have the same names. I think the lawyers is Dewey, Screw 'em, and How, and the publishers is How Dewey Screw 'em. I don't know. Maybe I've got it wrong. Maybe Fly Rod can distinguish which one is which. One thing Fly Rod did talk about was deep fried chocolate Twinkies, and instead of having a filling in there of the cream, you put in the
cicada juice.
And he says everything tastes good when it's deep fried.
Oh boy!
And I'm thinking, yeah, I'll pass. And then he was talking about we can start up a new tequila line. Instead of having the worm, we'll just have the bug in there. Because as we all know, once you get down to that final shot of tequila, when you eat the worm, who cares, right?
Exactly.
You're going to be bombed out of your gourd.
Yep.
So,
I think they're supposed to be a good source of protein, too.
Yeah, you would think so. Yeah. But, I mean, you're going to be throwing it up just as soon as you drink that bottle down. So I don't know if it's going to be worth the time and effort to chew on that bug. You know, Justin Wilson was a great comedian, and he was also a damn good chef. And he would always have them baking shows later on in his life. They're on PBS or wherever it was on. And he had this one joke about the mama crawdad and her young'uns. We got time for a little funny here real quick?
Lay it on us.
Okay. So the mama crawdad is out in the water telling her young, we need to go out and teach you the deal of life. You know, we need to let you know which ones you can trust and which animals you can't trust. They said, okay, Mama, go ahead and lead the way. So the mama crawfish is crawling, and they come up to a cow, and the little ones pick up their claws, and they do a high reverse speed going backwards. Zoom. And Mama says, Chillins, what you doing? They said, what's that animal up there, Mama? What's that animal up there, huh? And she said, oh, that ain't nothing but a damn cow, and they don't eat us crawdads. Come on, let's go. We got to get this thing going so y'all know how to live in this world. So they're crawling along the bottom of the water, and all of a sudden they pick up their claws, and they put that tail under, and they're going high-speed reverse again. Zoom. And she's like, now what? What's that big animal up there with his head in the water? Huh, Ma? What's that big animal, huh? She says, that ain't nothing but a damn horse, and they don't eat no crawfish. Come on, let's go. So they're going down the bottom of the creek, and all of a sudden Mama picks up her claws, and she goes in double high gear reverse. Zoom. And the kids look back at her and say, what's the matter, Mama? And she says, you see that Cajun up there looking down at y'all? They said, yeah. She says, you better put it in the high gear reverse because that damn man will eat anything out there.
That's about the extent of it. All right. Thank you, Heatwave. But I don't have the drum roll. Hey, we got to get a news update here. What's going on in and around us? And it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
It's crazy. I was told last night gas was going to go up 20 cents a gallon. So I filled all my vehicles up and all my gas cans. Now today there's no gas.
That audio courtesy of Fox News, as states from New Jersey to Florida are suffering from a truck driver shortage combined with the fallout from a pipeline operator's network being breached. About 25% of gas stations in North Carolina have run out of fuel and 20% in Georgia. A change has been made by Republicans when it comes to House leadership.
Representative Liz Cheney, the Republican from Wyoming, has been removed by GOP lawmakers from the House conference chair. Representative Cheney, right after the voice vote.
I will do everything I can to ensure that the former president never again gets anywhere near the Oval Office.
From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
USA Radio News.
Maybe you've heard about MediShare and you know what it is. It's the affordable alternative to health insurance, but you've wondered, can I really save a significant amount of money on my monthly health care bills? And the answer is an emphatic yes, you can. You can save a lot of money, whether it's just for you or for an entire family. MediShare has an option for you. In fact, the typical family saves $500 a month switching to MediShare. And it really is the gold standard when it comes to healthcare sharing. You get free telehealth services, you get a huge network of doctors, you get great customer support, and you get the sense of security that comes from being a part of 400,000 people who share not just each other's medical bills, but purpose too. MediShare is a community of Christians who pull together and pray for each other, which is Very refreshing right now. If you want more info, it's so simple. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 844-34-BIBLE. That's 844-34-BIBLE. 844-34-BIBLE.
The Mideast appears to be on the verge of a new war. Israel firing dozens of airstrikes this morning, reportedly targeting police and security installations in Gaza. This news comes as Hamas terrorists have launched hundreds of rockets into Israel this week. Former ambassador to the United Nations, Nikki Haley, saying this is just another test early for the Biden administration.
Hamas now wants to test Biden because they don't think that he's going to do anything severe. They go and start shooting rockets into Jerusalem. And what does Biden do? He calls for restraint. What he should be doing is having Israel's back. This is where Biden should be calling out the Palestinians. The only reason this is happening is because Hamas is shooting rockets, and Biden needs to put a stop to it. He can do it by pulling money. He can do it by calling for action, and he can stop this right now.
Jeffrey Epstein's alleged accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, is set to go on trial in New York City in November. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Illegal immigration at the southern border has hit a 21-year high, and Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz says it has to stop.
The crisis that is unfolding is a humanitarian crisis, it is a public health crisis, and it is a national security crisis.
Cruz is blaming the Biden administration for the ongoing problem. The overall number of illegal aliens caught at the U.S.-Mexico border is on the rise, but illegal immigrant children crossing the border without their parents fell by 12% in April. Cruz continues by saying the surge at the border is showing no signs of slowing down.
This month is worse than last month. Last month was worse than the month before. Every month it's getting worse because they're not fixing it.
Cruz also slamming Vice President Kamala Harris for being at the Canadian border before the southern border. A controversial trainer will be allowed to enter his horse in the Preakness.
The winner of the Kentucky Derby will be allowed to run for the second jewel in the Triple Crown. Officials for the Preakness Stakes announced Tuesday they would allow Medina Spirit to run in Saturday's race after a failed drug test following the Derby. The horse's trainer, Bob Baffert, reached an agreement with race officials that allows for extra drug testing of Medina Spirit, and 2 other Baffert-trained horses entered in races at Pimlico this weekend. Medina Spirit is the morning line favorite to take Saturday's Preakness Stakes, drawing the number 3 post for the 10-horse race. From the USA Radio News Ohio Bureau, I'm Dan Naraki.
More news online at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it for hour number 2 on a Thursday morning. Hope your week's going well. Interesting little piece from Oliver North. Remember Ollie North? Yeah, it might ring a bell. Something called wasn't the Iran-Contra deal? Many, many years ago. He's talking about Joe Biden's first 100 days. Yeah, he's accomplished so much. No, according to Ollie North, it's been an unmitigated disaster. What has Joe Biden accomplished in his first 100 days as president? Well, his performance on domestic issues has been underwhelming, to say the least. But his foreign policy blunders are potentially disastrous. First of all, the Biden-Harris open borders policy. As you just heard in the news update there, Ted Cruz speaking out about this nightmare on the southern frontier as hundreds of thousands continue to flood into Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, California. The images of thousands of children crammed into cages, huddled under aluminum foil blankets. His infrastructure plan embraces the Paris Climate Accord, shuts down the Keystone Pipeline, stops the export of fossil fuels, limits fracking, costing jobs, eliminating our energy independence. Yeah, these and a host of other domestic policy issues. Revising U.S. history, fair housing, police reform, solving systemic racism, and eventually reparations will have enduring adverse socioeconomic consequences. But his foreign and defense policy blunders were far more likely to have immediate, long-lasting consequences for every one of us, the American people. Back in mid-March, they had a summit in Anchorage, Alaska, with representatives from China. Unmitigated disaster. The Biden foreign policy team, Secretary of State Tony Blinken, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, never raised a question about how a virus originated in China caused a global pandemic, killing millions. They barely mentioned the brutal suppression of democracy in Hong Kong, the genocide wrought against the Uyghur Muslims, Beijing's wholesale theft of intellectual property, or China's outright threats to Taiwan, the Philippines, Vietnam, and Japan. Biden's decision to reopen talks with Tehran over a comprehensive plan of action known as the Iran nuclear deal is widely viewed by Israel and our Arab friends in the Middle East as appeasement for the Ayatollahs. By doing this, Biden has increased the chance of a nuclear conflict between Iran and Israel, which would quickly engulf the entire planet in much the same way that political blunders ignited World War I and appeasing fascist Germany, Italy, and Japan led to World War II. The most recent Biden blunder is his mishandling of the withdrawal of forces from Afghanistan. Not only did he give the enemy the exact date by which American troops would be out of their country, but he also turned his back on more than 17,000 Afghan interpreters, most of whom risked their lives in combat with U.S. units. Scores of Terps have been killed and wounded while serving side by side with American soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines. More than 500 Afghan citizens who worked as interpreters or translators and logistics facilitators have been killed in the last 3 years. Leaving these men and women and their families behind to be tortured and slaughtered by murderous Taliban and Al-Qaeda. Another foreign policy blunder. All right. Very interesting, but such great accomplishments in his first 100 days. Gotta love it. Hey, back to the calls here. Would this be Ian?
This is Pigpen. You were calling me Pete last night. But, I survived Detroit for the third time today, so that's been pretty challenging.
So what's going on tonight? It's you said it.
Oh, not much. You was mentioning them vaccines now. I live in West Virginia, and their incentive is $100 savings bonds. So I don't think that's going to be enough for me, though.
You know, I was thinking during the news break there at the top of the hour that this whole $1 million. So I guess you get $1 million a week for 5 weeks. You know, that you're going to have 5 people that'll be very happy to get $1 million, but you could have broke that down and divvied it up to a whole lot more people, which I almost think would be maybe more of a better incentive. Your odds of coming out a winner would be so much better. Yeah.
Yeah. Most definitely.
Well, thanks for checking in, Pigpen. Anything else on your mind, or just called to say hey?
And, just call and say hey.
All right.
Just help me stay awake tonight, so I appreciate it.
All right. We'll do the best to get that done, and so I think that's all right. Pigpen, because I took his number down last evening to get him a code, right, as a first-time caller or something. There you go. Who's next up here? I believe Pappy's on the line. Good morning, Pappy.
Good evening, Steve. How you doing, man?
Doing all right. How about you?
Ollie North. Great Patriot. Yes, sir. Hey, you remember when Biden got elected, I told you one of my worst fears was his foreign policy, how it's going to turn out.
Yeah, sure did.
God help us, Steve. With the Palestine and Israel, man, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's been relatively quiet for the last 3 or 4 years. I don't recall any rockets being launched into Tel Aviv in the last 2 or 3 years. You know what I'm saying?
That's all changed now, and I don't know which representative it was.
Now,
which representative was it that we heard during the news break there talking that Biden, he could stop these rocket launches right now, but he's not doing it.
Steve, China has them in their back pocket, opening up talks with Iran again. These people wake up every morning saying, "Death to America, honey." Yes, honey, death to America. That's what they do every morning when they wake up. Hey, Steve, but hey, there's a bright side.
What's that?
I think the Republicans are starting to grow some kahunas. Right? Come on, man. Let's cheer up a little bit here.
Liz Cheney?
People are starting to... Liz Cheney, out she is. Should have been done a couple months ago. Give her the kick in the caboose, out the door, see ya. We all know why she is got the Trump derangement syndrome. Listen, Trump bashed her daddy, right? Back in 2016 when he was running. So that's why she hates Trump. Trump just came out and told it how it is, how the Cheney family is the war mongrels. They had a lot of stock in a lot of Defense Department contracts, Steve.
Sure. Sure.
With some companies, that maybe, I don't know, develop some radar units for these radar guided missiles and whatnot. So he called him out on it, so that's why Liz Cheney hates Trump, Matt Gaetz, him and there's another female in Congress that's going around. Did you hear about this America's First rally? You heard this has been going on with Matt Gaetz?
No, I haven't.
Yes, sir. They had a rally in Georgia, packed house. They're heading out to Arizona. Then they're going to head back to Georgia. So things, they're packing the house, Steve. They're calling it American First Rally. Jim Jordan, dude, did he take Fauci out to the woodshed or what? You seen the interview up on the Hill, right, with Jordan and Fauci?
I don't think I saw. I saw Rand Paul laid it on him a couple days ago.
Oh yeah, my bad. It wasn't Jim Jordan. It was Rand Paul.
Okay,
My bad.
that's the one. I did see that. Yep.
The Sometimers is kicking in, Steve. Took him to the woodshed. Things are starting to come out. People are starting to stand up. I mean, obviously, Rand Paul is not one to keep his mouth shut. And Jim Jordan, too. And we're going to throw his name out. These guys don't pull any punches back. But somebody finally put it to Fauci, and Cruz taking it to Harris about the whole border deal, So,
yep.
I don't know. I'm a little pumped today, man, about what I'm seeing. I think I don't know if the Republican Party is the right word. Maybe the MAGA movement is, obviously still alive, but ain't nobody laying down, Steve. We're not going to take this laying down, and people are starting to come together. You're seeing it around the country.
Mm-hmm.
So let's hang in there. Don't give up, and hope things like this continue, What were you saying? I missed it. I had to turn you off there for a little while. What were you saying about $1 million for COVID? That if somebody died from COVID, families get $1 million? Is that what you said?
DeWine announced this past day that this is the incentive for people to get vaccinated. They're going to have a lottery, $1 million lottery, 5 consecutive weeks, and you have to have had at least one of the vaccine shots to be eligible for the $1 million prize.
So you said they were going to do one drawing every 5 weeks?
One drawing a week for 5 weeks.
Okay.
So $5 million.
Gotcha.
So 5 people will win $1 million. But that's trying to incentivize people to get vaccinated.
And that's just for the state of Ohio, I take it.
Just Ohio, yes.
Well, I wonder what the population is of Ohio. That's your odds there. If they want to pay me $1 million to take that vaccine, I'll take that damn vaccine. Other than that, ain't taking it.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying? I'll take $1 million to take that damn vaccine. I think everybody in this country would.
Yeah, right.
Something happens and I go, I don't know. I'll save that phrase for another night. But if something happens, hey, man, kids will be set for life,
Mm-hmm.
All right. That's all I got, Steve. Let's give it a double thumbs up tonight, man.
All right. You're feeling that.
Pumped what I'm seeing, babe.
All right. Good. It's good to have positive vibes because we ain't had a whole heck of a lot of that in recent days. Yeah, on the, let me see. Looks like people are ready to get back out on the road, take a vacation. Memorial Day weekend is just a few weeks away here, and according to the numbers from AAA, Americans are eager for the start of summer, and they're anticipating 37 million people will be traveling 50 miles or more for the Memorial Day weekend. That'd be like 60% more than last year, but still about 6 million less than would travel for Memorial Day before the pandemic. Whereas AAA credits the expected increase in travel to rising vaccination rates, increased consumer confidence. Of course, when you do take your vacation, you're going to be paying more for just about everything. Hotel costs are up. Airline costs are up. Obviously, fuel prices are up. It's inflation. That's the headline. Inflation in April accelerated at the fastest pace in more than 12 years, they tell us. According to the Labor Department this past day, the Consumer Price Index, which measures a basket of goods as well as energy and housing costs, rose 4.2% from a year earlier. Excluding volatile food and energy prices, the core Consumer Price Index increased 3% from the same period last year. The increase in the annual headline CPI rate, the fastest since September of 2008. While the monthly gain in core inflation was the largest since 1981. Energy prices overall jumped 25% from a year earlier, including a 49% increase for gasoline and 37% for fuel oil. Prices at the pump, which actually fell 1.4% in April, have resumed the climb in the month of May. Our national average has now eclipsed the $3 per gallon mark for the first time since 2014, according to AAA. Of course, further increases from last Friday's cyber attack that shut down the pipeline. So the prices are expected to continue ticking higher, at least in the short term. In addition to rising prices, one of the main reasons for the big annual gain was because of something they call base effects, meaning inflation was very low at this time last year because the COVID had caused so much of a shutdown of the economy overall. And they're trying to say making year-to-year comparisons, 21 to 2020, is kind of skewed to some extent. But all right, looking at 25 past the hour. And lines available at 844-844-3388. Somebody out there has a question for Steve, I believe. Who's this?
This is Dan, Steve.
Hello, Dan.
I got in on the tail end of what you said about that buyout or something like that. 800. I forget what you said. What the buyout? Who that was?
Quality Carrier.
You mentioned something.
Quality Carriers being purchased by CSX.
Oh, okay.
Quality Carriers based out of Tampa, Florida. Like I guess they're a chemical hauler, fuel, acid, fertilizer kind of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I'm familiar with Quality Carriers. I see them out there, but I thought it was a trucking company. And I appreciate you keeping track of those things. And but also, did you say something? Because I've run out of Memphis. Did you say something about the bridge? Like a timetable, for instance, when it might be timeline? Estimated time.
They haven't given any sort of a time frame. They released some photographs of the quote crack that we're talking about. That's a pretty significant deal. So, but no, I haven't seen anything about what kind of a time frame it's going to be.
Yeah, I mean that's very crippling to the city. I mean, you've got two bridges. Now you're down to one. That's what I grew up with, was one bridge, and that's a long, long time ago. So and that bridge is not a full 4-lane bridge. I don't know if you've ever been on it or not.
No.
The old bridge, as I call it. It's kind of like a 3-lane bridge, I think. It is. And so how you're going to move 50,000 vehicles across that, plus what was already going over it, is beyond me. I mean, that'll mess up carriers on turns and everything else because of the everybody used the new bridge. I call it the new bridge, but that's the 40 bridge. So anyway, and I agree with that last caller. Thank God Liz Cheney's gone. She's got more bravado than anybody I've ever seen. I mean, what is she going to do? Diss off 74 million voters that President Trump got?
Exactly. Yep.
The people that voted for President Trump wanted President Trump to be the president. I mean, it's that simple. And they're people, many of them, the only reason they voted was for President Trump. So I'm glad that Cheney, Bush, name them all, McCain's faction has been minimized and hopefully gone. She's got this bravado that she's going to go out there, and she said about her candidate, and she said that about her opponent. They said, you're going to have a primary opponent. She said, bring them on. Well, Wyoming is the state that President Trump won by 70%, with 70%. So are you really think you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean,
yep.
You're go ahead.
I said you're correct. Exactly. Yes.
I mean, it makes no sense, but I want the rest of them gone too. Those other, and the reason is not just because President Trump was the best vote I've ever cast for a president. And I've been voting since 1968, or I could have voted in 68. I didn't. I voted in 72. But he's the best president I've ever voted for. But that's not the main reason. The main reason is this whole January 6th scenario keeps falling apart. And what really concerns me is the untruthfulness and the lies about it. But in addition to it, who would vote to impeach somebody or indict somebody before you've had a hearing or any information come out on it?
Exactly.
I mean, what does that say about their judgment? I mean, let's suppose it was somebody else. Let's suppose it was Hillary Clinton. Well, I wouldn't want the woman indicted or impeached without a hearing of the evidence. That is a mockery to our system. And more and more it comes out, where's the indictments on January 6th? I mean, have the people been indicted? They're holding them in jail without bond or bail. They've had hearings. And what are the charges? And I think the final thing that upsets me about any of these people that talk about January 6th, has any of them, including Liz Cheney, offered condolences to the family of the 34-year-old unarmed female veteran, Air Force veteran, who was shot in the throat? Has anybody, quite frankly, Steve, I'm surprised that they haven't arrested somebody on possession of guns inside the Capitol building.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm surprised that nobody had a gun. Maybe they did, but they didn't arrest anybody like that.
I don't. Only people I know that had guns were the security personnel. Yeah, but I mean, I don't think anybody that went in there was actually armed in any fashion.
No, nobody was armed, and the one individual they charged with a firearms violation, he went back to his car, and they told him that he violated Washington, D.C. He's a concealed carry. He has permit for his guns. And they said, well, you violated Washington, D.C.'s handgun or regulations on guns, and the guns were in the car. They were not on him.
Yep.
He's from another state, of course. And as I said before, everything's been a lie about it. So what's different about that with quite frankly, some of the Republicans? I mean, first of all, the Capitol police officer was hit on the head with a fire extinguisher. And his family goes, well, that never happened. We saw him after that. He called us when he got back to his office and said everything was okay. He had a stroke the next day and died. And when they went in, how long did that lie go on? Until the FBI report showed that all the fire extinguishers were in the building. So would somebody bring their own fire extinguisher? Well, the point is the guy never got hit on the head with a fire extinguisher.
Yep.
But they're trying to put that out. I mean, I just, as I said before, I'm glad, and I voted for these people, as you may have also. But never again. And I think that McCarthy and Scalise and all the majority of Republicans go, hey, wait a minute. If we don't have Trump with us in 2022, we're not going to win this. We're not going to get the House back. And they had to make a tactical decision, We're going to get rid of Liz Cheney. Some of the reviews, I don't know did you see any of the reviews of what happened on Breitbart? I don't know if you saw that or not, but one of the reviews said, Cheney says, I'm going to keep President Trump as far away from the White House as I possibly can.
Yeah.
And somebody said, yeah, the Cheney family, keeping them about as far away as the Cheney family is from the wars that they go around starting throughout the world. They have other people go risk their lives and lose their lives. But the one that I got the biggest chuckle out was, I'm really shocked that this happened. After all, she had the coveted endorsement of O.J. Simpson.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw that or not. Yeah, she had the coveted endorsement of O.J. Simpson. So she got exposed, and that's the thing that I love about President Trump was he called these phonies to task, including your former governor. It was Kasich, right? Yeah, Kasich. He's ruined their political careers. He's not ruined it. They've ruined it. So, but anyway, Steve, I enjoy the show, and I hope everything's doing well with you and your numbers keep growing on your broadcast. Are you going to have that individual back from Alpha Driver Services on Monday morning?
Yes. Yeah, he was under the weather this week, but he should be back with us next Monday morning.
It seems to be a popular segment or a popular thing. It generates a lot of interest in listening to it. So, and thanks for having that on. So
yeah, Joel Morrow.
Well, have a good evening, Stephen.
You got it. Well, hey, thanks for checking in there. Good to hear from you, Dan. We've got wide open lines at 844-844-3388. Real quick, back to your January 6th narrative there at the Capitol. The FBI keeps saying that they don't have any proof that Antifa members were actually dressed up like Trump supporters, and they were there to instigate and initiate the riot. It was all premeditated, pre-planned out. This guy with the Freedom Society, I shared this on my Facebook this past day. A handful of others have shared it. They got the photograph of a guy who was a known Antifa member that was paid like $70,000 for his riot video that he recorded at the Capitol on January the 6th. Below that, they've got the photograph from the dude at the Capitol wearing a Trump 2020 hat, and that's the guy that is a known Antifa member. for what it's worth. All right, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Operations on the Colonial Pipeline have been restarted nearly a week after being shut down by a ransomware attack. The company said in a statement Wednesday that it will take a few days for fuel supplies to return to normal as the pipeline is restarted. The pipeline's shutdown had caused hundreds of gas stations in the southeast to run out of fuel. A CDC panel has given its recommendation to the Pfizer COVID vaccine to be used for 12 to 15-year-olds, with the agency's director adding her approval. The move allows the shots to be administered to teenagers 12 and up as early as Thursday. And Ohio Governor Mike DeWine announced a unique incentive to get Ohioans vaccinated. Starting on May 26, the Buckeye State will hold a weekly drawing for a $1 million prize for residents 18 and over who have received at least one dose of COVID vaccine. DeWine says the drawings will last 5 weeks and will be paid for out of federal coronavirus funds. This is USA Radio News.
Got an old car? You can donate it, whether it's running or not, to the United Breast Cancer Foundation and save a life. They'll even come and pick it up for free. The United Breast Cancer Foundation has saved hundreds of women's lives through their free or low-cost breast screen exams. But now they need your help. The United Breast Cancer Foundation wants to save more lives through early detection by offering women free or low-cost breast screening exams. And donating your old car, SUV, or truck, whether it's running or not, helps pay for them. Plus, you get a charitable tax deduction. Help the United Breast Cancer Foundation save lives by donating your old car, SUV, or truck. Call now for free pickup. 800-280-2144. 800-280-2144. 800-280-2144. Call right now. That number again is 800-280-2144.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here, and we've got, again, clear lines. It's 844-844-3388 as we make our way into a Thursday. Weekend is on the horizon. And, of course, temperatures as we started the week running almost 10 degrees below normal for this time of year, especially in the Northeast. Good news, you're gradually going to climb close to maybe where you should be, maybe a little above normal by the weekend. As we look towards Saturday, they're telling us high temperatures range from 66 in Boston to 71 in New York City, 74 in Philly. High pressures moving in across the Great Lakes this week, so the cool northerly flow is going to continue to keep temperatures capped across the east through midweek. Well, we're through midweek now. There's still, again, the threat this morning for some frost. I think I neglected to mention that in our first hour. As I pull up the map here, we've got frost concerns through parts of eastern Ohio, the easternmost reaches of Kentucky, pretty much all of West Virginia this morning, parts of northern Virginia on up into parts of Pennsylvania and New York. Frost advisories in place. Again, highs across the Northeast are going to climb gradually into the 70s, though, over the next couple of days. As we head into the early weekend, New York City, Philly, D.C., temperatures have been below normal since, a week ago today, since last Thursday, as a matter of fact. So it's a far cry from the 40s and 50s and the rain that we saw back on Mother's Day over the weekend. Of course, by that point in time, the risk for frost will be dissipating as well with warmer overnight temperatures. This warming trend will especially be the case this weekend as high pressure shifts over the western Atlantic, which will allow a southerly flow to return finally across much of the eastern USA. So Boston, you should reach about 70 for Friday, then back just above normal because you'll have some cooler onshore flow there from the Atlantic. And it looks like, what do we see here? 70s, not half bad. But then another pretty significant warm-up may be occurring from the central to the northeastern U.S. They're looking at May the 17th through the 22nd. A broad stretch from Nebraska down to Oklahoma, then all the way to New York and Virginia. Could be looking at above normal temperatures. So it may be almost like a little touch of early summer-like weather by the time we get to that point. All right, what happened to Bitcoin this past day? It was last Friday morning. We had Chris Gabrelchik, and the topic of cryptocurrency had come up. Remember, Chris had mentioned that he was trying to make a purchase from out of India or something, and he had to use Bitcoin to make the purchase. So he bought $300 worth, $600 or whatever it was, and he was talking about how the price, what he had in his little digital wallet, what was left in there. I think he had like $300 left, and it had grown to $600. He's like, well, that's like free money. I'm using free money. And I had pulled up the CoinDesk website, and Bitcoin was running at like 59,000 a coin. And I just wanted to take a glance at what's going on. It's Dogecoin holding its value. And I pulled up the page, and Bitcoin down to 51,000. It's like, whoa. It's like $8,000-9,000 drop. And right now it's showing it's down 11% over the last 24 hours. Does that have anything to do with like Elon Musk? Because Elon this past day tweeted that Tesla has suspended sales of their vehicles using Bitcoin because of the concerns about fossil fuels. The use of fossil fuels, it takes a whole lot of it to mine the Bitcoin. Particularly coal are the issue. See, much of this, I think an overwhelming majority of the mining is taking place there in China. And they're using the coal to generate their power. Concerns about the energy use of Bitcoin mining have been a major criticism of the cryptocurrency. And Elon faced some blowback for his involvement with Bitcoin, which seemed to kind of fly in the face because his company is an electric car company. They're supposed to be on this environmental mission. After they announced they had taken a $1.5 billion position in Bitcoin back in February and started accepting Bitcoin to make purchases last month, or actually it was in March. All right, he did say Tesla isn't selling its Bitcoin, so they're keeping their $1.5 billion position. He didn't explain the rationale for maintaining their stake, but exiting the position would presumably require energy-intensive transactions, he said. Tesla's also looking at other cryptocurrencies, some that have better energy use. No specific mention of which cryptocurrency. But the Dogecoin, the volatility, it's continues to go up and down. I guess in the past 24 hours, it's been as high as 52 cents a coin and as low as 35 cents a coin. Right now, it's like 44, I think. So kind of hanging on. All right, get back to your calls here about 10 before the hour. And the Carolina Ghost Rider, hi there.
Hey, Steve. So, okay, Elon Musk, he's got SpaceX, right?
Correct.
I don't think those spaceships are run off electricity, are they?
No, they use a lot of fuel.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, crazy people. I'm enjoying this gas shortage, man. The traffic's nice and light. You know, almost back to the COVID days of about a year ago.
Because because nobody could find gas, they're all parked.
Yeah, my wife, she had to go to town today. She said she couldn't find any gas, but thankfully she doesn't have to go to town that often. Did you see the video I sent you? And you may have saw it on Facebook or something. That woman actually pumping gas into the plastic bag.
Yes. I mean, that's about brain dead. And then she puts it in her damn trunk, plastic bag of gas. There's several of them I saw this past day. People using like those plastic storage tote buckets or whatever, putting gas in those to put in their vehicle.
I tell you, boy, it's a special kind of stupid right there.
I guess all the gas cans are sold out at Walmart and Target and all that, so they're buying like the kind of plastic tubs you use, like you put your Christmas decorations in and put it back up in the attic. Yep.
Exactly. I hope every one of them had to slam on brakes on the way home.
Yeah.
I saw, I don't know, earlier in the week or something, you posted asking questions about installing an above ground pool. You call it quits on your old one?
Yes, sir. And I spent the day today. I've got most of it dismantled. I still got to take. All I got to do is I guess I got to cut the wall and try to roll that up. So, yep, it's all. I put all the metal out there. Like this morning, it's trash day, and I knew that the scrap metal guys come by, and they took all the metal, so it's gone.
If you get you another one, just get you about 3 or 4 good helpers. You're obviously you've already got a good level spot there. You can get your own up there and save yourself a good bit of money. Just wait and open the beers when you're done. Don't start drinking before you get started. Be my best suggestion.
Okay. I actually when I posted that, there was one of the listeners that's a local guy that said he listens all the time, and he said he'd love to come out and install a celebrities pool. I was like, okay, so yeah, he's supposed to be in touch at some point in time. I gave him my personal number, so have him come out and take a look. I ordered a pool, from a place up. I found it online, place up in New Jersey, I think it is, but it shipped this past day and it's on FedEx, so I guess a couple days it should be here.
Well, it sounds like the poolfactory.com, I think. I believe that's where I ordered mine from. I think it came out of New Jersey. But it's I expected to do mine in a weekend, but I ran into some technical issues with leveling up space, but once you get at level, it's pretty easy, and of course you've got that behind you. So
yeah.
Did you go ahead and order the salt system, or did you going back with the chlorine?
I just ordered. I didn't go with the salt system. No, I just got the regular old. It is. I pulled up the email. It is the Pool Factory. So is that pretty reputable place? Were you happy with what you got?
Yeah.
Okay.
They delivered it. Everything was there. It was supposed to be there and all. And talking to Tim Jim last night, he just he ordered him a salt generator, chlorine generator for his pool. Like the one I've got on mine, his older one had wore out, but so I was just curious if you went ahead with that upgrade or not.
How difficult is it? I mean, because I went ahead, since my filtration system was also 21 years old, I went ahead and ordered a new sand filter and whatnot. I mean, how hard is it to transition over to salt?
Really, it's probably 30-minute job. It's real simple. You just got a control panel, and then you've got the actual part that the water flows through that converts the salt into chlorine. And the control panel actually has a timer, and it controls your pump and everything. So you could set it to. Like mine's set to come on at 6 every morning and goes off at 6 every night. And, of course, once we start swimming in it, I'll adjust that accordingly.
Yeah, right.
But hardest part's just paying for it. That chlorine generator, they've gone up a good little bit here recently. I think Tim Jim had a little sticker shock.
I was trying to remember when I put mine in. I think it was about half the cost of what I paid for this one.
Yeah, the one we got, was set up for salt water. So the bottom track system and all is the resin, and the top rails are resin, and the walls and posts are metal, but they're got whatever kind of coating on them.
Yeah. Well, I do know this.
So, anyway.
I think I made the right decision by taking mine out, because when I was taking like the side posts up this past day, they were totally rusted out at the bottom. I mean, I think I'm pretty much guaranteed I would have had a blowout this year if I would have tried to use it one more year.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been fun. Plan a big get-together or something, get out there and relax, and all of a sudden find yourself laying out in the grass.
Boom.
Well, have yourself a good rest of the week there. We're going to keep rolling. We come out of Montgomery, Alabama a while ago and headed up to Greensboro and call it a night.
All right. Well, thanks for checking in. Do appreciate it. And be safe out there. A couple minutes before news update, and we've got plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. Someone sent me a link to this a couple minutes ago. Who was that? I try to thank people for sending the story. Steve always sends me a bunch of good stuff every night. I use as much as I can. Blade Runner. Blade Runner sent me this story. This is fascinating. Scientists are monitoring a surge in fission reactions in the ruins of the infamous Chernobyl nuclear power plant in Ukraine. Remember the Chernobyl disaster? According to an initial report from New Scientist, there's been a spike in nuclear reactions hidden in an inaccessible chamber of the doomed complex. As of press time, scientists are evaluating the problem to ensure the reaction will stabilize, as it could lead to a runaway nuclear reaction, which would be deeply concerning, and that's an understatement. However, we do not know yet which way the reaction will go. As such, scientists say there is cause for concern, but they're not sounding the alarms just yet. If you're not old enough to remember, Chernobyl suffered a catastrophic meltdown, an explosion back in 1986. Ultimately, it ripped through the walls and caused fissile radioactive material to melt through the reactors. This mixed with concrete and steel to form a lava-like material of unconscionably radioactive substances that actually oozed through the floor of the facility, sealing off many rooms and corridors. One of the chambers, called Sub-Reactor Room 305/2, is suspected to house massive amounts of the composite radioactive material. But nothing, neither humans nor robots, has safely approached since that world historic disaster. The spike in neutron emissions from that room has increased roughly 40% in the past 5 years. That increase points to a nuclear fission reaction, which is why researchers are attempting to evaluate whether it's going to fizzle out, or like other spikes in different areas, or if someone needs to take action and enter the room. Any volunteers? A specialist in nuclear waste disposal at the UK's University of Sheffield compared this scenario to embers in a barbecue pit. This is a reminder that Chernobyl isn't something that's been fixed, just managed. It is not a problem solved, at least temporarily. It's a problem stabilized. But when it comes to nuclear reactions, nothing happens without a cause, they say. One theory suggests that a new structure placed over the ruined reactor back in 2016 is drying the plant out. Plutonium and uranium fuel emit neutrons, which then undergo radioactive decay, and if the neutrons are caught by other radioactive nuclei, that can heighten the intensity of a fission reaction. The process could be slowed to a crawl with large volumes of water. But there could also be too much water, since a total absence of water would cause the neutrons to move too fast for the atomic nuclei to capture them. You know, it's all Greek to me, but very interesting. Get a news update here around the country. It's 844-844-3388. Let me see here. We'll got to get a quick update here. And we'll get back to your calls if you'd like to jump on board again at 844-844-3388. When we come back, you know, we've discussed it on this program, many out there saying how divided this country is. Some even allude to, are we going to find ourselves in the likes of a civil war? More than 120 retired military leaders in this country have banded together and penned an open letter warning that this country is in, quote, deep peril as a conflict between Marxism and constitutional freedom brews. You get that? You've got the likes of the AOCs and her followers and the generation that says communism is the way they'd like to go versus, I think, still the overwhelming majority of the population that says we want our freedoms, our constitutional freedom. There could actually be a clash. We'll take a more of what they had to say in that open letter coming up here just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC panel has given its recommendation to the Pfizer COVID vaccine to be used for 12 to 15-year-olds, with the agency's director adding her approval. The move allows the shot to be administered to teenagers 12 and up as early as Thursday. After the ruling, President Biden urged parents to get their kids vaccinated against COVID.
I encourage each of them and their parents to get their vaccination shots right away. And here's why. We know that kids at this age, 12 and above, are at risk from COVID-19. About 3 million COVID-19 cases have been reported in kids under 17 years of age. And teenagers can spread it to their friends, to their siblings, to their parents, and to their grandparents. Now, that vaccine is authorized for ages 12 and up, and I encourage their parents to make sure they get the shot.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size, only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
President Biden met with the top congressional leaders of both parties on Wednesday to discuss his infrastructure bill. The president has put forth a more than $2 trillion package, with Republicans countering with a smaller bill that focuses on core infrastructure. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell tells Fox News that while he may disagree with the White House's definition of infrastructure, he feels there is still room for a bipartisan bill.
I think the amount ought to be defined by the scope, and we may have some differences about how you define infrastructure. I mean, we think traditional infrastructure, roads, bridges, ports, water lines, broadband, are things we can agree on. To the extent that they start getting off in rather exotic definitions of what amounts to infrastructure, we could have a problem. But I think the takeaway from the meeting, Brett, is that I think both sides would like to get an outcome.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
The criminal hacker group that claimed responsibility for the ransomware attack that shut down the Colonial Pipeline says they have new victims. The group known as DarkSide said Wednesday that they have attacked 3 more companies. In a post on one of the group's websites, they say they've attacked 1 company in the U.S., 1 in Scotland, and 1 in Brazil, though none appear to deal with vital infrastructure. David Kennedy is the former hacker for the NSA and says this is not the first time that authorities have dealt with DarkSide. He tells CNBC that the group is a provider of tools for hackers.
This group specifically, the way that they operate is they operate with what we call ransomware as a service. So they basically have, skilled hackers that build the tools, the weaponization, the platform, everything that you would need, just like you would need like Office 365 for Microsoft, but instead this is ransomware. And then they dish it out to an army of hackers to go and infiltrate other organizations, abroad. So they're really the facilitator of a lot of this technology, largely predominantly out of Russia. And we've dealt with this group specifically on a number of occasions. They're a pain to deal with. They don't negotiate very well when it comes to paying the ransoms. And they're ruthless. They take your data on top of it so that even if you are able to recover, they can publish your data publicly. So a lot of people will still even pay the ransom, even though they can recover themselves. They're a pretty nasty group overall.
Operations on the Colonial Pipeline restarted Wednesday, nearly a week after being shut down by that DarkSide attack. The company said in a statement that it will take a few days for fuel supplies to return to normal as the pipeline is restarted. That pipeline provides nearly half of the fuel used by states on the East Coast. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
One other tidbit on Chernobyl. He sent me a follow-up story. You got nuclear vodka? What? Say what? Chernobyl vodka. Made from apples grown near the nuclear disaster. Seized by police. According to the report from Newsweek, the first bottles in a batch of artisan vodka, actually made from apples grown near the Chernobyl power plant, have been seized by authorities. The alcohol is the first consumer product to have come out of what they call the forbidden zone in the Ukraine since the catastrophe in 1986. However, about 1,500 bottles of what they're calling, appropriately named, atomic spirits were confiscated and seized following a security investigation. According to the company behind the product, the Chernobyl Spirit Company is a self-described social enterprise aiming to produce high-quality artisan vodka from land in the areas of Ukraine abandoned after the Chernobyl accident. Again, confiscated bottles were made from apples from a district, one of the still inhabited areas that were most affected by the accident. They say our first production of atomic apple spirit has been seized by security services for reasons unclear to us. The first 1,500 bottles for shipment that was headed to the UK was seized on leaving the distillery and remains in the hands of prosecutors in Kiev. Okay. What's the deal? That's pretty wild. But, that's the vodka is actually labeled atomic. Okay. With that, we've got lines available, plenty of room for you. Kind of quiet on the phones this morning. It's 844-844-3388. What do you say, Chevy Guy? Hey there.
There are a lot of people that listen to me and talk to me and say I say way too much. But, hey, tankers. I've been running out of Charleston in and out now on about 20 years now. I have never seen the tankers lined up like they were yesterday down on Virginia Avenue just before you cross over the Cooper River. Currently going through St. George. Gas is $2.99. I don't see any. It's night, so there's no customers, but none of the pumps had covers on them. So apparently they got gas down here in St. George on just south of 26 on I-95. We got they're fueling up trucks down here at the truck stop down here at the Flying J. No problem. I heard earlier you said that there was reports. Yeah, they're lined up taking on fuel here at the Flying J. I heard the one over there, the Loves in Orangeburg, was out. So that's a spot report. Get the diesel 290, 285, something like that. Diesel 289 probably.
Okay.
Doggone dyslexia. Okay, yeah, and go down on the Virginia Avenue to the paper mill where I go to. I make a left. To the right, you got tankers coming in out all the time. In 20 years, I have never seen them. They were lined up. I guess the ship come in, they're taking it where they pump the gasoline off the ship and right into the trucks, I reckon. And man, they were hoofing it. So it ain't for the lack of drivers down here going at it.
Mm-hmm.
But we're not. Yeah, like I said, I told my friends, I said, you might want to, if you're empty, you better put gas in your tanks, because you don't know when this is gonna, at first they said 4 days. Well, we're way past 4 days. So it's just all this. You don't know you don't know what's going on. I mean, you can't believe. Unfortunately, we just can't believe what the government's done. What I'm trying to get at is this. I'll try to say this. All right, Biden and them are saying that this is a hack from Russia. Right now, I think our biggest threat is China. If you remember, before all this mess happened under the Obama administration, China hacked into the Pentagon and getting the private information of all our officers and the people in the Pentagon. Now, how do they know that this hack is not from China and making it look like it's from Russia?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know how you track this stuff down. If they can track down and they actually know where this stuff is coming from, all right, then why can't they track down child pornographers? I mean, if you can go right to it, track them down, know where they're at, go get child pornographers, which is a daily thing. It's got to be easier to go after these guys. Why can't they go after these guys that's doing this to our computers? I mean, so we've gotten to a point where you really, if you got any sense about you, Miss Liz Cheney, you can't trust our government anymore. And it isn't because of Donald J. Trump. You can't trust the FBI. You can't trust the State Department. Mind you, the ambassador to the Ukraine, when the president fired her, she was still there 2-3 years later. When he already removed her, and she was still there. Who in the State Department has more power than the president? Mind you, more power than Steve Sommers, more power than this driver here, because we elected the President Trump. It's a tire. It's a full circle. There's no Navy officer, there's no military commander higher than you or me, because we hire the man that's over them, and it goes all the way around in a circle, and it's being broke by robbing us of our vote, our trust in our FBI and the State Department. I mean, I'm sorry. So when I hear Biden saying that it's coming from Russia, what does that mean? I mean, we already know they got this Russia thing. They're trying to destroy Donald J. Trump. Liz Cheney let the cat out of the bag. I'll fight till he's never in Washington again. Well, it doesn't you start to wonder they're trying to bring up the Russian collusion again. And I don't trust the government anymore. And it's not because of Donald J. Trump. It's because of what the agencies in our government, the FBI, the State Department, that what they did to Donald J. Trump while he was in office. The man that I voted for, the man that I hired, I don't care they didn't like it, like that he was there, in our system of government, and they agreed to it, the Constitution. Donald J. Trump is their boss. Donald J. Trump is the one they answer to, and Donald J. Trump answers to me, and to all of us, but I'm just bringing it down. And they're breaking this chain like never before, and they're destroying Donald J. Trump. Now, I did not support him in the beginning, but I'm sorry. Now, the man deserves better than what he's got. And almost to the point where I'm saying that America did not deserve a good man like that. Taking the beating, the economical, the hardship that his family's gone through, the threats to his own children. Mind you, with the power that they've had and the power they do have, they could not crucify Donald J. Trump or his children. So there's got to be, squeaky clean. Now, Donald J. Trump has said in the past, if you want a building built in New York City, you're going to deal with the mob. You're going to deal with dirty people. You see, he was working to build a corporation. He wasn't working to build a political career. So I'm pretty sure they might somewhere dig out down the line somebody that probably was shady dealings. And granted, it seems like a lot of people in Donald J. Trump's cabinet was a bunch of backstabbers to Donald J. Trump. They were self-indulged, worried about their own selves more than taking care of the president, who, mind you, I'm still a Reagan fan. I find it hard to break down on Reagan, but I don't think even Reagan actually worked for the American people, the middle class, like I've never seen before. So here I am. I'm blowing smoke up his rear end, but I don't want to see Donald J. Trump back in office. I want everybody to start looking over here, but I want somebody that has his principles. I want people that has money like Donald J. Trump that come along and back these people, so they can, like Donald Trump had the wealth where he could just say what he meant what he says. And when they attacked him, he just dusted off his shoulder like it was nothing but dander. So it's the only way he fought these people with truth. And we're getting lies thrown at us, and people want to believe the lies. So I'm glad to hear, and I'm thankful to hear that these officers, mind you, putting themselves in a way at risk with the government because they're all receiving a pension. So it's not like they're not without risk themselves. So I want to commend the officers that are showing a love for this country that Donald J. Trump had shown. So I'm going to leave it at that. I appreciate this program to no end. Like Heatwave says, when you go over on the weekend, which you need to recharge your batteries. I'm usually out on a Saturday morning, and we're not getting our fix out here, buddy. It's just great to hear everybody out here talking, and I want to encourage anybody to get on the Facebook page for the 6th hour of the program, and then eventually you might be able to get into the 7th hour of the program, and that's where all of a sudden we got all these personalities that call in, where all of a sudden, it's 9, 10 o'clock, noon, we're still bumping heads and insulting each other out here way after the show. But if it wasn't for their program, don't worry, none of us say anything bad about you, Steve.
Okay, all right. Yeah, all right.
I'm doing that heat wave chuckle, All right, buddy, we're going to sit back, copy the mail, and enjoy the ride. 10-4.
You got it. Thank you much. Over and out. All right, we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. All right, so apparently there are places where you are very, very much hard-pressed to find gas right now. The good news being, of course, they said they have reopened the pipeline. And part of one of the bigger contributing factors is they tried to tell people 3 or 4 days ago, don't go out and start panic buying, because then you will really create the crisis, and that's been a self-fulfilling prophecy. Drivers fearing shortages are panic buying. All right, let's see. Colonial said it's going to take several days for operations to return to normal. Now, major cities are reporting large numbers of stations with no gas and long lines for any that are still actually in service. In Charlotte, North Carolina, 71% of stations are dry, according to Gas Buddy. Nearly 60% of stations in the Atlanta metro area empty. Now, fuel prices are increasing as Colonial works to get the system in full service. Again, they restarted operations about 5 o'clock this past afternoon after making progress by delivering, 967,000 barrels to points within its system on Tuesday. I'm looking at some of the charts, some of the maps here from USA Today. Yeah, some of the surrounding states, it's not bad. Like up in Horsefeather's neck of the woods, up in Maryland, about 13% of stations empty. Delaware, 2%. West Virginia, 5%. Kentucky, only 2%. Tennessee, about 18%. Virginia and the Carolinas, it's pretty rough there. 49% of stations in Virginia are out of juice. In Norfolk, Portsmouth, and Newport News, 65% of stations, no gas. Raleigh-Durham in North Carolina, 72% of stations. The same in Charlotte. The state as a whole, 68% of stations out of gas. In North Carolina, it's 45% of stations in South Carolina, 45% in the state of Georgia, but it's in the Atlanta metro area, again, it's 65% of stations are out of fuel. Even down into Florida, Tallahassee, 44% out. Pensacola, hard-pressed to find gas there, 73% of stations in Pensacola out of gas. So as the stocks dwindled, states of emergency declared by governors of Virginia, North Carolina, Florida. North Carolina, of course, suspended motor vehicle regulations to ensure fuel supplies throughout the state. You know, these tanker drivers are doing what they can around the clock. In Florida, the governor DeSantis has activated the National Guard. Georgia has temporarily suspended state taxes on fuel and increased the weight limits for trucks carrying fuel to gas stations. Of course, the FBI, as we've heard now, confirming it was DarkSide, the professional criminal group responsible for the hack attack. I believe I saw that Colonial said they did not pay the ransom. Did not pay the ransom to get things, get the computers back. So I'm not exactly sure if they were able to get around the hack or how exactly they're able to get back up and running. All right, so let's see here. You got the state of emergency. Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina may invoke anti-price gouging laws. Florida, state of emergency, National Guard activated. Yeah, anything else? A bunch of different charts and whatnot, but yeah, there's some of your numbers. Very interesting. And as we said, the delivery guys working round the clock. Much more to come. We'll get back to your calls just ahead here at 844-844-3388. First, a quick news break, as we call it, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Colonial Pipeline says it has begun to restart operation of its pipeline to start delivering fuel to eastern and southern states once again. The pipeline had been offline since last Friday after the company was hit with a ransomware attack. Colonial says it may take several days for the pipeline to get back to full capacity and that there may be some intermittent service interruptions as operations return to normal. Gas stations in several southeastern states saw long lines on Tuesday, with many running out of gas as people worried about a possible shortage. And President Biden met with the top congressional leaders of both parties Wednesday to discuss his infrastructure bill. The president has put forth a more than $2 trillion package, with Republicans countering with a smaller bill that focuses on core infrastructure. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell says he believes there's room for a bipartisan agreement on an infrastructure package, but told reporters after the meeting that he made it clear to the president that Senate Republicans would not agree to a tax hike to pay for the bill. You're listening to USA Radio News.
If your loved one has passed away due to COVID-19, pay close attention to this message. You could be entitled to a death benefit of over $300,000. The U.S. government has set up a fund to pay families relief if they've lost a loved one due to COVID-19. We know this is a hard time for you, and this fund has been set up by the federal government to help ease your pain. The compensation includes a death benefit and lost wages benefit. Time is limited, so we urge you to make a free phone call right now. There's no cost to you for this claim. All legal fees are only covered once you receive your money. So if you've lost a loved one due to COVID-19, call the legal helpline right now to find out if you qualify for a cash award. Here's our number: 800-923-9018, 800-923-9018, 800-923-9018. That's 800-923-9018. Paid for by the IPG Law.
Listening to the Overnight Drive with with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Let me share a little bit of the letter. 124 actual former admirals and generals banding together, penning an open letter that the country is in deep peril, in their words. The conflict between Marxism and constitutional freedom is brewing. They call their group Flag Officers for America. According to their website, they're a group of retired military leaders who pledge to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Yeah, that's the pledge we make, right? They cautioned this country is in a fight for our survival as constitutional republic like no other time since the founding in 1776. Signatories point out they consider the biggest threats to the country: the rise of China, the reopening of the Iran nuclear deal, immigration, and the ending of the Keystone Pipeline project. They also accused the Biden administration of launching a full-blown assault on our constitutional rights in a dictatorial manner, bypassing Congress with more than 50 executive orders quickly signed, many of which reversing previous administrations' effective policies and regulations. They blast excessive lockdowns, school and business closures, and most alarming, censorship of written and verbal expression as a direct assault on our fundamental rights. They also back the removal of Section 230. That's what shields the big tech and legal liability. Of course, former President Trump pushed for the protection to be eliminated after he was banned from social media platforms. They also call on the FBI and the Supreme Court to act swiftly when election irregularities are surfaced, not ignore them as was done in our past election, 2020. Without fair and honest elections that accurately reflect the will of the people, our constitutional republic is lost, they write. They also question President Biden's mental capacity to hold the highest office in the land. The mental and physical condition of the commander-in-chief cannot be ignored. He must be able to quickly, accurately make national security decisions involving life and limb anywhere, day or night. Their concerns over Biden's health comes after the president's personal doctor released a report in 2019 that called Biden a healthy, vigorous 77-year-old who is fit to successfully execute the duties of the president. Now, there are, of course, several in the military that are blasting the letter as a partisan attack, as they call it. Jim Colby, an expert in civil military relations, says this is a shameful effort to use their rank and military reputation for such a gross, blatant partisan attack. All right. The organizer, the letter's organizer, Major General Joe Arbuckle, told Politico that it's not typical for retired generals and admirals to engage in political actions, but the situation facing our nation today is dire. We are facing threats greater than any other time since our country was founded. And to remain silent would be a dereliction of duty. Very interesting. I think Big Moose would be right up that alley there. You'd be standing with the admirals and generals, correct?
Well, I tell you, absolutely. Because, this guy can't even, complete a coherent sentence, much less. I tell you what, folks, you're getting what you paid for in this case, you know. And it's funny how history repeats itself, you know. Like you drive by them filling stations, sorry, no gas, sorry, no gas. It was just like deja vu all over again, except this time, instead of driving a 79 AMC Concorde, I'm driving a 2000 model Chevrolet truck, but it's like deja vu all over again. But let me tell you a little interesting story about what happened to me today.
What happened?
Did I lose you?
No, what happened?
Oh, okay, there you are. Well, I had kind of a late day to start with. I had to stop and donate a few hours time to the Ohio Commercial Enforcement Agency today. I got me a nice inspection, so that put me behind. I get home, had to mow grass, end up mowing till about 2:30. Finally staggered in the house, got a bath, and laid down. Just closed my eyes about 3 o'clock. Next thing I know, phone's going off, and I give it the kind of the old one-eye glance, and I didn't recognize the number, so I just kind of rolled over and forgot about it, and then the voicemail went off, so I checked it. And some broker needing to get a hold of him, they got some hot freight need to move. So I said, well, I better call this cat back. He might be serious, you know. So I called this guy, and I says, yeah, what's up? He goes, man, he said, I got 2 loads up here in Dayton, Ohio, needs to go to New Mexico. He said, I need to move bad. And I said, how bad? And of course, you know, this whole time I'm talking through the fog with one eye open, you know, after a whopping 45 minutes sleep. He says $5.50 a mile. Well, when he said that, the blood started running to all the appendages again. Both eyes popped open. I mean, this dude is singing my song, you know. I mean, he's singing the song of my people when he said $5.50 a mile. So I sat up out of bed, pulled me a notebook over there, started taking some information. I said, okay. He's like, now, what kind of equipment you got? And I told him. I said, he said, you got a refrigerated trailer? And I said, yep, sure do. And he goes, well, and this is where it started getting a little fuzzy. He said, I got a couple of loads of commodities, food commodities that need to get to New Mexico. And I said, what kind of food commodities? And he says, cicadas. I said, and then that's when I knew the jig was up right there, you know. I said, who is this? And he said, we got to get these cicadas moved out to the Wild Wild West so we'll have enough backstock. He said, and we'll be interested in paying you $5.50 a mile and giving you 80% of the revenue off of our new cookbooks.
Oh, wow.
Well, old Fly Rod and his little compadre out there in the Wild West, old Mr. Heatwave, got together trying to put the snow on the old moose this morning, and it just about got it done. And well, it wasn't this morning. I guess it was morning for me, but it's about 5 o'clock this afternoon. So anyway, I no sooner hang up after he done confessed to what the whole thing was, that it was a big old scam concocted by these guys who ain't got nothing better to do than play with wiggle wagons and aggravate me, I guess. Then I get a text message from Mr. Heatwave, and I'm going to read it to you verbatim here, okay?
Okay.
Now, you want to talk about Peter turning against Paul now. You know, here's the message I got, and it says, and I quote, Big Moose, comma, don't buy into the BS old Fly Rod is pushing out there. I was minding my own business when he asked me for your number, and then, and only then, after I had given it to him, that's when he told me of his plan, and it's capital his and his alone. So, you know what? This whole thing stinks, buddy. It just, you know, can you believe that? That guy gonna throw the blame on his buddy, and that was obviously cooked up by both of them because Heatwave's the only one that had my number. And but only thing I can say, gentlemen, now you're in my court. You're in my head house now. You like practical jokes. I thrive for them things.
Uh-oh.
So enjoy sleeping good while you can, because it's coming. You won't know when, and you won't know how, but it's coming.
So after he got you all juiced up, thinking $5.50 a mile, hell yeah, I'm going to jump on this, and then he lets the air out of the bag. Were you able to go back to sleep?
No, that's a problem. I set up and smoked 2 packs of cigarettes, drank about 3.5 gallons of coffee, and then I laid around there tossing and flopped and turned and rolled. Man, I couldn't get back together. I told him, I said, I couldn't believe you done that to me. I said, well, I tell you, when he started singing that $5.50 a mile song, I was like, you know what? I was getting blood flow into places that hadn't seen no blood flow in a while, if you know what I'm saying.
I got you. That's crazy.
But I couldn't believe he done that to me. So, but that's all right. I can take a joke good as the next guy. I wish they'd done it when I was getting out of bed, not when I was going to bed, but it just make the payback that much sweeter. But I'm gonna try to keep my head up above level here and try to get some work done tonight. I may have the windows down and smacking myself in the face before I get home in the morning, but I'll get me some rest on the other end. And then the Wonder Boy's gonna come up tomorrow, and me and him gonna take the bus and the car trailer, and we're gonna go to Michigan and get that Cadillac I sent you that picture of.
Boy, Moose, that needs an awful lot of work.
I tell you what, it ain't too bad. We get the sheet metal straightened on it. It ain't gonna be too bad. It's a little crusty. Of course, it hadn't been registered or drove since 1971, so we're going to get him drug out. I got some good pictures of the frame. It's got good bones, so as long as it's got good bones, we can straighten it out. It might take us a year or two, but we'll get it. I want to get it back right. So, because I always wanted one of them cars. I always wanted that model. And at 59, buddy, that was a land yatchet, you know. When that thing come tooling down the road, people stepped aside, you know. That thing is all lead sled and fins, you know. I love them things. So I was lucky I found that one. But we're gonna go up there and fish it out of the hole and see about getting it back in business here one of these days.
All right. Well, watch for snakes and all that good stuff. Ain't no telling what's in that thing.
Well, I know for a fact that the raccoons has been living in it because they left some presents on the seat. So, but like I said, I don't care about none of that stuff. As long as I can get that body straight, we can take care of the rest of it. But keep it twixt the spotted and the solid. And if you hear from either one of them sapsuckers tonight, you just remind them payback's a coming, and it is a bitch.
You know what payback is. I heard you. Let me see. Got an email from Paul who says, I'm so glad you're back. It took a while to find you. I've been listening to your dad since he first started. I was shocked with what happened with your previous employer. But I use Hot Shot Secret products, have for years, and that's how I found you. I go by crazy. I'm a much better listener than I am a caller, but I've been driving since 1978, and we've been through a lot of miles together. Thanks for your time. You and your regular callers are all like old friends. I'm grateful for you all. How about that? All right, Glass, I guess would you go to make an order from Hot Shot Secret or something and said, hey, there's the Steve Sommers overnight drive. How about that? Yeah, Deranger, you're probably right. He said, never pick a fight with the moose or you'll get the horns. He's already given him forewarning. The payback's a coming, right? Okay, speaking of, well, what do you say, sapsucker?
I will text you exactly what I sent him, and I will text you exactly what he sent me. Oh, Lordy. Fly Rod, you get me in so much trouble here.
Sounds like you're just trying to throw him under the bus. You're just throwing Fly Rod under the bus, Heatwave.
What?
Yeah, huh?
No, not me. Anyways, hey, I sent you I posted on your Facebook page the deal about DC, how it's supposed to have been a neutral community where there was supposed to be no politics involved as far as being into the federal side. You know, I know they passed it to go ahead and make DC a state, but have they actually signed it into law?
No, I don't think they have, and I don't know that they can.
Yeah, because I mean, just as soon as they would, I know somebody would be taking that to the Supreme Court and saying unconstitutional. You can't do it. It says so right here.
Yep, right.
The whole intent to have a District of Columbia was to keep it, neutral. It's kind of hard to do it when 99% of your people there are Democrat. So, but I mean, for the party that says we follow the Constitution, yeah, they're straying way the hell away from it. They ain't following the letter of the law. So, oh man, Moose, I'm sorry, it wasn't me. Anyways, yeah, just gonna let you know that I went crop dusting today. First time ever. And I was just so excited. Of course, I really don't think the people that were walking behind me really enjoyed the efforts of what I'd done, but well, I was sure happy.
Mm-hmm.
Over there at the Sam's Club earlier, I was talking to Chevy guy, just walking around, talking to him, looking for stuff, and crop dusting everywhere. I couldn't believe I'd be doing stuff like that, but yeah, goodness gracious. It has just been a weird damn day. So, well, knowing that Moose is on the loose and he's aiming for my hide, I think I'm just going to go ahead and do just that. I'm going to turn off the phone and go hide in my bed and go get some sleep.
Yeah, you can run, but you can't hide, Heatwave. Yep. Yeah. I just can't wait to see what the outcome is. He'll come up with something good. Payback. All right, looking at 5 before the hour. And I got an email from Vic this past morning. We were talking a lot about the bridge, the I-40 bridge this past last night's show. Steve, the new bridge, as it's referred to, was supposed to be designed with earthquakes in mind because Memphis is in the new Madrid fault zone. Yes, the earth is quite active right now. Whether that played a role in the crack or not, I have no idea. Also, when that bridge was being built, there were several concrete experiments occurring. Again, I don't know if any occurred on that bridge. But what I do know was that when that bridge was being built, everyone used the old I-55 bridge, and I hauled a lot of FedEx, Remington, UPS freight, and I was never late, even with the backup at the Crump Boulevard loop. Biggest problem our company had was adjusting the collision avoidance systems to not stop when it picked up the bridge at the top of the loop. So while it was inconvenient, I'm just kind of wondering why it created so much anxiety. I mean, I was late one time on FedEx when we had the ice storm on I-55 because I didn't cross at Dyersburg to get on US 51, which meant I wouldn't have to cross either Mississippi River Bridge there at Memphis. So I guess, Vic, what are you saying? The fact that They're making a big to-do about all the traffic that would typically run I-40 and 55, all having to kind of bottleneck onto 55 for the duration of the shutdown. I guess he's saying it shouldn't be such a big deal, I guess. All right, get back up here. Who's next on the list? I'm not seeing a name. Who we got?
Yeah, Big Sexy.
Oh, Big Sexy.
Oh, Big Sexy. That last deal you read there, that if you would have seen I'm 60 miles from there, the local TV stations out of Memphis going this morning on their IPM where, the rush hour. If you'd have seen the traffic on that thing, when they showed the 10 o'clock cameras, it was moving pretty good, but during the rush hour, that traffic was backed up on both sides for miles. You're cramming all that traffic on a 4-lane bridge. The 4 lanes, they're just barely wide enough to put 2 vehicles side by side on it. I wouldn't want to put 2 trucks side by side. They're real narrow lanes. That's a lot of traffic. If you'd have seen the video of it, you'd have seen what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Not only that, it's got the river traffic stop and all it, the commodities, steel, everything goes up and down that river to all kinds of products. Those barges are sitting. They can't move under that bridge.
And I'm wondering how long the bridge traffic's going to be shut down because, all the, like you said, all the commodities that come up from down along the coast there, that's. I'm guessing that all the barge traffic's just getting all, stacked up, waiting for that to reopen.
They've got to be stacked up. They're not going under. So, we got several steel plants here. They get products off their barges. I don't know where the steel come from when they made that bridge. I don't know if it's China steel or American-made steel or what, but saying a crack is putting that kind of mildly. If you see the pictures of it, that's a pretty substantial crack. And that's 2 horizontal beams, one on each side, that carry the support of that bridge. And that broke all the way through. If they had to put a plate on there, that's right by a seam. So they're probably going to have to replace that beam. You wouldn't want 2 seams real close together. That's weak as the bridge, looks like to me.
That's what I was thinking.
That's a huge drop down to that river too, from where that bridge is. So, you should have seen the traffic this morning. It was crawling. I'm glad I didn't go across there. And I heard on the news that West Memphis, Arkansas, and a lot of this side of the major hospitals are over in Memphis. West Memphis has a small hospital, but they don't do anything major. They transport everybody to Memphis. And EMS is having problems with the ambulances, the time it takes for them to go across and come back. They're having to transport up into Northeast Arkansas up to Jonesboro, which is probably 60 miles, or airlift from over to Memphis. The Crittenden County, the county of West Memphis, and they had the director of it on there, and he talked about the problems the EMS is having, folks. It affects a lot of different things. On the statehood, did they vote to give DC statehood?
I'm going to have to double check. I haven't seen if they had or not. I knew that, like Heatwave was saying, that it would be a very difficult thing to push through. I think we all know realistically it's all politically motivated because the Democrat population there, no one but a Democrat's ever going to represent that region. And they'll get another voice in Congress. So All right, there we got to get a quick news update. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Colonial Pipeline says it has begun to restart operation of its pipeline to start delivering fuel to eastern and southern states once again. The pipeline had been offline since last Friday after the company was hit with a ransomware attack. Colonial says it may take several days for the pipeline to get back to full capacity and that there may be some intermittent service interruptions as operations return to normal. Gas stations in several southeastern states saw long lines on Tuesday, with many running out of gas as people worried about a possible shortage. And President Biden met with the top congressional leaders of both parties Wednesday to discuss his infrastructure bill. The president has put forth a more than $2 trillion package, with Republicans countering with a smaller bill that focuses on core infrastructure. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell says he believes there's room for a bipartisan agreement on an infrastructure package, but told reporters after the meeting that he made it clear to the president that Senate Republicans would not agree to a tax hike to pay for the bill. You're listening to USA Radio News.
When thinking about life insurance, my accident reinforced you never know what tomorrow might bring. That's why I reached out to AccuQuote. AccuQuote helps people find a life insurance policy that meets their needs. Since 1986, they've helped millions of folks save up to 60% on their life insurance by comparing the rates and features of dozens of top-rated life insurance products. A healthy 50-year-old non-smoker can buy $500,000 of 10-year level term for less than $45 a month. A 60-year-old under $120 a month. Longer or permanent terms are available. Even if you already own life insurance, you really need to check out my friends at AccuQuote. Don't worry about health issues. Remember, they help me. As a pastor, I'm concerned about your soul and helping you to make sure your family is taken care of. Life insurance is more affordable now than ever, so don't make them wish you'd made that call. 877-437-4781. Call now, 877-437-4781. 877-437-4781.
Rates, policy forms, and availability vary by state.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken spoke to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, expressing his concerns over the recent violence in the region. John Clemens with that story.
During the call, Secretary Blinken expressed his concerns regarding the barrage of rocket attacks on Israel. While expressing his condolences for the lives lost, he expressed the continued support of America, urging Mr. Netanyahu to do everything possible to bring a halt to the escalating violence. Blinken said Jerusalem does have a burden.
Israel has an extra burden in trying to do everything it possibly can to avoid civilian casualties, even as it is rightfully responding in defense of its people.
The secretary emphasized the need for Israelis and Palestinians to be able to live safely in security. From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
One Texas mayor says that he's been told that migrants illegally crossing into the United States are no longer being tested for COVID-19. Lance Pry reports.
As the migrant surge at the Mexico border swells to record numbers, DHS Secretary Mayorkas on Tuesday said no one is getting into the United States except unaccompanied children.
The border is closed. We are expelling single adults and families under the Title 42 authority that rests with the Center for Disease Control. We decided as an administration that we will not expel unaccompanied children.
Americans returning from overseas must provide a negative COVID-19 test before being allowed to enter. Del Rio, Texas Mayor Democrat Bruto Lozano tells Fox News this is not the case for immigrants being released into the United States.
Persons entering unlawfully that have no COVID testing, and the Department of Homeland Security was administering those tests, but they've recently called me, Dr. Eastman recently called me and told me that DHS can no longer legally administer those tests.
From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame announced its class of 2021 Wednesday with Tina Turner, Carole King, the Go-Go's, the Foo Fighters, Jay-Z, and Todd Rundgren to be inducted as performers. German electronic group Kraftwerk, Charlie Patton, and Gil Scott-Heron will receive the Early Influence Award. And LL Cool J, Billy Preston, and Randy Rhoads will receive the Hall's Musical Excellence Award. The induction ceremony will take place in October in Cleveland. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So apparently, President had, I guess, a little advance notice that pipeline was going to be back up and running by late in the day yesterday. A little bit earlier in the day, he said he expects good news about the pipeline. I think you're going to get good news in the next 24 hours, and I think we're going to get that under control. Of course, he didn't elaborate. And again, then I guess the official announcement, they got it back restarted anyway about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay, we got to do more about cybersecurity. Okay, so he signed some sort of executive order. I don't know what we're going to spend, but let's see. In regards to cybersecurity measures. Colonial Pipeline reportedly said they have no plans to pay the $5 million plus ransom. It's the first time I had seen what they were actually trying to get, $5 million. They said these ransomware attacks typically $5 or $6 million. That's what they try to get. All right, let's see. Florida's Governor DeSantis says, I think this is something that demands serious federal attentions. This is essentially a cyber attack on critical infrastructure in this country. Absolutely is. You can't just say it's a private pipeline, therefore, we're not going to be involved. No, the U.S. government needs to be involved. They need to help mitigate this. Anyway, Biden administration says they're taking steps to address the crisis, relaxing restrictions on trucking and blah, blah, blah. So, we know all that. It's the truck drivers that are keeping things moving. But even as we mentioned with the pipeline being restarted, they're saying it's going to take several days to get things replenished and restock the tanks and all that. So, today and probably Friday, going to be another couple of days where you have some real issues finding fuel, especially in the Carolinas and Virginia, even parts of Florida. All right, I'm looking at the Wall Street Journal report, which says product moves through the pipeline very slowly, like a few miles an hour. It's not a gush. According to the chief operating officer of United Petroleum Transports out of Oklahoma City. Chattanooga-based Covenant Logistics Incorporated said they're watching markets in Virginia, Georgia, North and South Carolina very closely, and that they anticipate diesel shortages. They also said they had only experienced limited problems so far, and they're working hard with their fleets to make sure that any of their trucks headed into those areas are topped off as best as possible. Saya Transport, Saya Incorporated, the less than truckload operator based out of Johns Creek, Georgia, working with fuel providers to secure loads for their bulk refueling tanks and stations, continuously monitoring the fuel situation there, according to their CEO. They're using their network of bulk fuel providers and commercial fueling stations to provide off-site fueling options for drivers where necessary and available. They both made those comments before Colonial said they were restarting their operations. Diesel, they say, remains generally available. But the panic buying by drivers fearing shortages has propelled gas prices higher and depleted the supplies. Truck stop operators are leaning on their suppliers and bringing in fuel from other markets, apparently. Some are reporting sporadic disruptions. Pilot was experiencing outages at some locations in the Southeast. They're encouraging people to not panic, buy, or hoard fuel. That'll help the supply chain to keep up with demand. Travel Centers of America said Wednesday that they're seeing some intermittent outages at sites. They may be limiting the amount of gallons per purchase, depending on the location. They're also working with suppliers to bring in fuel from other markets to minimize disruptions. Meanwhile, tanker fleets that deliver fuel to gas stations said surging demand from all this panic buying is outstripping their ability to restock local supplies in some areas that are served by the pipeline, with problems rippling further out as truckers travel longer distances to try to resupply customers. Now, they say they have limited capacity to increase deliveries, in part because they've had difficulty recruiting drivers in recent months. Tanker trucks are also sometimes making longer trips to refill after deliveries when the local supplies served by the pipeline have been depleted. But they said some customers in the Southeast have been selling more than double the amount of gallons per hour that they normally would. We don't have the capacity to deliver double the amount of fuel that we would, say, a week ago. All right, Patriot Transportation, a company that owns fuel haulers in Florida. Let's see, they serve customers Florida, Georgia, and parts of Tennessee, as well as parts of Alabama. He said the limited trucking capacity means his customers are giving priority to some locations over others, just like they would during hurricanes, to make sure stations along the evacuation routes would stay supplied. So far, we've only seen a few issues where diesel was not in supply, so we're topping our storage tanks off on a daily basis. Hey, good morning. Speaking of Florida, Philip, what's happening?
Hey, bud, how you doing? Sorry I wasn't in here yesterday. I didn't feel too good yesterday, so I stayed home for the day.
Did you?
Yeah, I stayed home. I had to take a day off. So, gotta do it. Hate to do it, but gotta do it. I like my governor. I love him to death. I love what he's done in the past. But with this gas thing, he put a state of emergency out, Steve.
Yeah.
And when people in Florida hear the term state of emergency, what do? They freak out. And let's go fill the lawnmower can up. Let's go fill this up. Let's go fill whatever we can fill up to get fuel. And I appreciate him to death, but I wish he would, when he would do these state of emergencies, he'd say, it's for northern Florida. It's not for central Florida. It's not for South Florida, where the populace is.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. You know, that people have been crazy down here with the fuel. We get our fuel off a tanker down in Tampa in central Florida. South Florida, same thing. They get their fuel off a tanker. And he calls a state of emergency, and everybody thinks it's for the whole damn state. So they're just going to go out and fill up everything they can find to put fuel in. I heard yesterday we're sending out warnings to everybody: don't fill up any plastic bags with fuel.
Because I mean, there's
doing the right.
There's numerous videos of people actually doing that. I mean, I saw one photograph of some individual that had like a half dozen plastic bags, all filled with gas. It's like their whole damn trunk was full of bags of gasoline.
You just can't. I hate to say it. I know I'm going to sound like Moose, and Moose, I love you to death, bud. But this is what you just can't fix stupid.
Yep.
You just can't fix stupid, and it just befuddles me that people act this damn way when this crap happens. Like when we have these hurricanes. You know the hurricane's coming. Why don't you get your fuel and get everything ready before it comes? Fill your vehicle up and all that stuff. You got 3 days before it comes. Get everything set in place and then ride it out and deal with it afterwards. You might have damage. You might not have damage.
Yeah.
You know, what's up with that? I mean, get your head out your tail. I mean, Jesus Christ.
I was looking at the map.
And,
I mean, Florida overall, I'm seeing 14% of stations statewide are out, but the bulk of that, like you said, it's Tallahassee, like 44% are out. Pensacola is like 73% of stations. So it's just the North Florida area that they're seeing any sort of shortage.
Absolutely. I know why the governor did it. I understand it. Where's the capital of Florida, Steve? It's in Tallahassee. I get it. I understand why I put out a state of emergency, for that, But they need to, when the states put out these emergency plans, they need to emphasize it's just for this part of the state.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then what they need to do is they need to call every television station that's not in that area to shut up about it, because that has sensationalized it more and is making people go out and get fuel. They're saying, "Oh, don't go buy it. Don't go buy it." Well, what are they going to do? They go out there and they go and buy it.
Exactly.
And I mean, I was watching TV yesterday while I was sitting at home. I wasn't feeling good. I was just like watching TV, and I saw the news, and it was on the news every 15 minutes about this pipeline. Now, I'm glad the guys got it fixed. I figured they would go to some kind of manual thing and throw away the computer. We need to do that in a lot of instances today. We need to throw away the computer and do it manually. But it's crazy that people are just acting like a fool out here doing this. Do you think about this, Steve? All right, generally when the fuel comes in and the guys get ready to pull it, they've only got a time frame they only can let so many loads at a time go. All right, and that's a normal day. That's when the normal day hits. Now think about this. You have all these people power buying, and it doubles or triples the amount of loads that need to go, and you only have a time frame to load those loads in, and you got to be there. Now, add on top of that, you don't have enough guys to pull the fuel. And oh, by the way, you got to take fuel from Tampa to South Carolina. I mean, you start adding all those variables in, you just literally killed the operation right there in itself. So a lot of people don't understand what goes on with a lot of this stuff. I mean, with fuel, those guys have only got so many hours to go in there and get that load and get it out. They got a time frame. They go in from one point to the other, get that load and go. And if they don't make that time frame because they're running back from a real long distance, dropping another load, then we got a problem. Do you see what I mean, Steve?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, there's a lot of logistical issues with moving something that a lot of people just don't get. And these companies, especially when it's bulk, if it's anything bulk, not so much on pallets, but if it's bulk and it's running bulk freight, it's got a time frame, and it's got a certain time frame. If it doesn't meet it, then we got a problem. And that's what's going to kill us. And that's what it does with the hurricanes. During the hurricanes, they only let, I talked to one of my buddies who drives fuel. He said they only let 100 loads out a night here in Orlando at the tank farm here. So that's 100 trucks that have got to be in there between 11 and 3 o'clock in the morning. to get their loads and go. So that's 100 trucks. Okay, if one of those 100 trucks is at 3:05 and misses that deadline, that load stays on that tank farm till the next day. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. If you got those guys, that's why they're wanting drivers, because the drivers are just running their tails off and they're burning themselves out.
Yep. And
they're not having enough time. So there's a lot to it. A lot of people don't know, Steve. So, but that's all my stuff I got to say today. And you have a good one, bud. Thanks.
All right. Thank you for checking in. Have a great day there in Florida. Alrighty, let's see. Looking at 22 past the hour. Who's next up here? Jolly Green Giant jumping on board. Hello, Jolly Green.
Good morning, Steve. I got to address an issue with Sex Maniac on the air. He thinks Governor DeWine's idea of giving us $1 million for getting an inoculation for COVID-19 is a conspiracy. Well, I told Sex Maniac, I said, couldn't you use that $1 million, man? I mean, you're at a point of retirement just like I am. And he said, no, it's a conspiracy. I'm not doing that shot. Well, I'm glad I just got my first shot. I'll have the second shot out of the way the first week of June. And if Governor DeWine wants to give me one of those $1 million for doing that shot, I'll take it gladly, and I will retire. And I'll bug you to death, Steve, and I'll be bugging Sex Maniac and said, see, he should have better got that shot. You know, I don't get what these guys are doing. And the government's not trying to kill us all. They're trying to save it from the virus. And I had another friend that called me and said that my fears of, the shot not being approved by our USDA, he said not to be afraid of it because he said they're only having 1 out of 1 million people that are having a problem. Yeah, the problem is I happen to be one of those 1 of the million, all the problems I had over the weekend. But I'm kind of glad I got the shot, so I'm going to go back and get the other one. My wife got the Pfizer shot, and she didn't have any problem. So I'm just going to go ahead and do it. The only problem is what bothers me is the shot that I took was made by the Viagra company, and it just gives me a stiff neck, So I think maybe they might have mixed those pills up, But either way, man.
Oh, Jolly Green, you're messed up. Realistically, most people that do have any sort of adverse reaction, more often than not, it's the second shot. So I don't know. Talk to your doctor about if you had such an adverse reaction to the first one. See what he has to say about the second shot. Let's see here. Horse Feathers was asking, did they get the launch off? No, they did not. Again, the rocket launch that had been set for Wednesday evening, rescheduled again. That makes it 6. That's the 6th time it's been moved back. This time, the delay was caused by time needed for an inspection after the vehicle came in contact with a launcher support during Wednesday's preparations, apparently, according to the tweet from NASA Wallops. So now the earliest the launch will take place will be Friday night. All right. Will NASA's rocket finally get off the ground? Now, this is the one that's going to be releasing a vapor cloud that'll be visible from much of the eastern USA. Originally scheduled last Friday. And again, weather postponements, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, scrubbed by upper-level winds. Tuesday night, the launch pad and conditions looked favorable at first, and it was called off with 1 minute to go in the 40-minute launch window because the skies in Bermuda and at the Wallops Flight Facility were deemed to be too cloudy. So there you go. And again, turns out they did not get the launch this past evening. NASA said clear skies are needed in both Virginia and Bermuda in order for the colorful vapor cloud to be visible as part of their mission to study how energy and momentum are transported between different regions of space that are magnetically connected. But again, if you weren't with us the other night, they're saying, this so-called, I guess it's kind of a greenish and a purplish vapor cloud that will appear in the heavens will be visible over almost about the eastern quarter of the country. They're showing as far west as Alabama, western Tennessee, eastern Illinois. It all points to the east. Should be able to see this, I guess, if we have clear skies. All right, we'll get, let's see here, real quick, back to the calls at 844-844-3388. Grasshopper.
Good morning, Steve.
Morning.
Hey, I'm guilty of panic buying. When I heard about that Poolmageddon the other day, I went and got my chlorine for the year. That's about one bucket, $80. And I went to Menards yesterday morning before my drug test because they wasn't open. And they didn't have no chlorine. None. So yesterday evening when I got up, I poked around on Rural King's site. That's where I got mine at. Out of stock. And the wife got poking around on it while she's looking on eBay or what, but 25-pound bucket, $300 to $400 people are asking for.
Wow. I mean,
so I hope you got yours for the year.
No, we talked about it the other night. I have zero chlorine. I don't have any left over from last year or anything.
Oh boy. Well, you might think about looking into that. Pretty. Did I lose you?
I know, we got you. I'm thinking, is it just the tablets, or is it liquid chlorine and all the above, or?
I didn't see liquid chlorine yesterday either. I got me some Shock-It and that 90-day algicide, which I like from Menards. You just put one bottle of that in a year, and you don't have to put no more algicide in the rest of the year. It's pretty cool stuff. 90-day algicide, yeah. But you better start checking around because that's coming around pretty quick. And pool season. Yeah.
All right. So you say you got a bucket for like $80 though. Where were you able to get yours?
Red Rural King. It was last weekend. I think I got it. They had a whole pallet of it last weekend.
Okay.
And I thought about buying some more and reselling it, but I didn't. Yeah. Some of the numbers she was reading off on the computers, like that was just flabbergasted by it. So, yeah.
I guess it's supply and demand.
Yeah. So, worst case scenario, go buy a gallon of bleach a day, right?
Yes.
Because the sun will eat that up. I've done that one season. I just put a gallon of bleach in a day. Yeah, man, you get a lot of plastic jugs when you do it that way. But that's back when bleach was like 89 cents a gallon. So
I wonder if like Clorox prices are through the roof. If chlorine it's all the same stuff for the most part.
Yeah, for the most part, yeah, it is. But yeah, I haven't checked bleach prices. But yeah.
All right. Well, that's real encouraging.
Yeah, it looks like you're about up
$300-$400 for chlorine for the year.
Yeah, I thought I'd let you know.
All right. Well, thanks for the heads up, Grasshopper. I appreciate. Okay, so we got plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. Yes, it is time for a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden has signed an executive order to address a recent increase of high-profile cyber attacks. The order creates a public-private partnership to improve communication between the federal government and the private sector on cyber issues. The White House says the order also creates a standardized playbook laying out how the government will respond to an attack. And rocket attacks into Israel have continued early Thursday morning, with Israeli Defense Forces responding with more airstrikes on police and security buildings in Gaza. More than 1,000 rockets have been launched into Israel by militants, with the IDF destroying at least 2 high-rise buildings in response. A commander for the military wing of Hamas was killed on Wednesday. The Ministry of Health in Gaza says that overall 69 people have been killed, with nearly 400 wounded in the attacks so far. At least 6 Israelis have also been killed in the rocket attacks. This is USA Radio News.
Got an old car? You can donate it, whether it's running or not, to the United Breast Cancer Foundation and save a life. They'll even come and pick it up for free. The United Breast Cancer Foundation has saved hundreds of women's lives through their free or low-cost breast screen exams. But now they need your help. The United Breast Cancer Foundation wants to save more lives through early detection by offering women free or low-cost breast screening exams. And donating your old car, SUV, or truck, whether it's running or not, helps pay for them. Plus, you get a charitable tax deduction. Help the United Breast Cancer Foundation save lives by donating your old car, SUV, or truck. Call now for free pickup. 800-280-2144. 800-280-2144. 800-280-2144. Call right now. That number again is 800-280-2144.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let me see here. Who else checked in earlier? Got to skipping around and forgot to give a shout out. Miss Millie checked in earlier. If you're still with us, Miss Millie, good morning, Steve. We're in the 30s tonight. I'm tired of the rain and the cold. I want summer. Everyone be safe out there. All right, take care from Kentucky. Thank you, Miss Millie. Richard said, this gas shortage stuff reminds me of the gas shortage back in the 1970s. Yeah, it's kind of reminiscent of that. I remember the incredibly long lines when you're waiting in line for an hour to get a tank of gas. Santa Claus, he's down in Panama right now, but he said, I hear back home in Sacramento, Governor Newsom is lifting the mask mandate on June the 15th. I say he's just trying to save his job at this point. But if things go as I expected, I won't be a California resident anymore. Are you gonna move down to Panama? Are you gonna stay there, Santa Claus? Let's see. Tank says, if I want to play the lottery, I'll go out and buy a ticket. I ain't taking the shot. Nathan, Fiddler and Winston-Salem, listening in. Great show so far. Thank you very much, Nathan. Let's see. The lotto for COVID-19. Innovative on the state of Ohio. There may be a COVID-19 vaccine requirement to get into events, jury duty, attend council meetings, ride airplanes or trains or buses, or get on a cruise ship. Honestly, Richard, I see those things probably coming down the pike at some point. The only thing right now, as we talked last evening, with the emergency use authorization, they can't mandate it. Obviously, there are some businesses. We ran down the laundry list of colleges that are mandating students to be and staff to be vaccinated for on-campus schooling coming up next fall. Their line of thinking, though, is that by that point in time, it will have the full FDA approval rather than just the emergency authorization. Okay, there you go. Neighbor Dave. Hey, it's been a while. Sitting in a truck stop in northern Indiana waiting for my hours to reset so I can drive back home Enjoying the show as always. If we get a chance, maybe we'll stop by sometime this weekend. Yeah, come on by, Dave. I'll let you put the damn pool up. Let's see here. Looper said, what's wrong with Art Bell? I loved that guy. Well, no, nothing wrong with Art Bell. Horse Feathers was just saying that they're running, it's George Norrie now, but they're running that on the Trucker channel and on the satellite radio. Why? Because like he was saying, you can turn up and down the dial. It's on like hundreds of stations. Everywhere you go, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to have it on the, quote, Truckers channel, the Road Dog on Sirius XM. All right, thanks for the check-ins there. Get back to your calls here. Oh, what do you say, fly rod, troublemaker, sapsucker?
Well, good morning. Greetings and salutations, Mr. Steve Summers. Thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, did you disguise your voice or something, trying to act like you were a broker when you called the Moose?
Well, first of all, let's get first things out of the way. First of all, this is not a recorded message. I'm talking to you live this morning. I thought about calling you live or calling you pre-recorded, but I decided to just call you live, if that makes sense. But Steve, I'm watching you on the TV and there on the radio station there, and today it just strikes me that you're being very professional. You're enunciating your words correctly, properly. You're very courteous, and I can tell you practice good hygiene. I just wanted to tell you that.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you, Fly Rod.
Well, a quick summarization of things that's going on. Fuel shortage, check. Chaos in the Middle East, check. Dean Michael says, the tax doctor says that the IRS is totally incompetent, check. But Steve, I just want you to know, I just saved a ton of money on Geico insurance. So everything's good there.
That's great.
Yeah, I decided to, well, it wasn't my idea. It was that daggum Heatwave's idea that we should play a prank on the Big Moose. You know, because let's face it, Steve, he's hundreds of miles away from me, so he can't touch me. So I'm not afraid of him at all. I can just throw down the wolf with him, and I ain't scared of him one little iota. So I thought it was safe and secure to call the Big Moose and pretend I was a broker, which, may I say, he took the bait hook, line, and sinker. And I got him all excited, I could tell. But, yeah, we played a prank on him. He might be loading up his buggies right now and heading down to New Mexico to get a couple loads of cicadas. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Steve, I have to ask you a question.
Question number one.
Have you ever smelled a monkey fart?
No, I have not.
Well, I just got to tell you that no account, Yankee-hating, flag-hating, wazoo, monkey fart-sniffing Joe Biden up there in the White House, he's about as useless as a hind leg on a dog. But I just wanted to tell you that. And for our listening audience, we're still taking orders. We're not getting desperate yet, but we're still taking orders for these cookbooks, Cooking with Cicadas. It won't be long before we have our first copies out on the press. And may I say, they come out in 3 luxurious colors, the books themselves. They come out in taupey, mauve, and magenta. So they'll be beautifully illustrated, and the colors will be eye-catching. But Steve, I got to go because I am just so busy right now with catching these cicadas. So have a wonderful day, and thank you for taking my call.
All right, there you go. Yes, cicada time is almost here, folks. Yeah, I see down in, I think in Tennessee, some people had posted some pictures where, I guess you've had some warmer temperatures. So the ground temperature is apparently warmed up enough to where they have begun to emerge. Haven't started coming out en masse just yet, but Yep, the big warm-up next week. That's they'll be coming out in mass. David says, Steve, we were in here a little over a week ago. It's Katie's Pools and Spas. He said they had plenty of 3-inch tablets. It was a little high price compared to previous years, but at least they have some. They're out in the middle of nowhere, so they might still have some, but I'm not sure if they offer shipping or not. But I definitely suggest finding some sooner rather than later. I've read where the tablets are going to be the first to run out, then the powder, and then on down to the liquid. So it sounds like they expect every form of chlorine will be in very short supply by the end of the season. Good luck. And great show as always. All right, David, thank you for checking in. It's a shortage of this, a shortage of that. Hey, we were talking a week or so ago about a shortage of chicken, right? Tyson Foods actually issued a statement. They're trying to say underperforming roosters that aren't producing as many chicks are partly to blame for the poultry shortage. Yeah, we're talking Tyson Foods, the Springdale, Arkansas-based company, one of the world's largest producers of poultry and other meats, said that they're struggling to ramp up chicken supply because the new roosters they've been using to fertilize eggs and breeding new chicks simply are not hitting their expectations. We're changing out one type of male that, quite frankly, we made a bad decision on, according to the president of the poultry business. Breeding companies provide hens and roosters to chicken producers like Tyson, which then breed the birds, hatch their eggs, produce poultry. Tyson owns one of the major breeding companies in the United States. King explained the company discovered that eggs fertilized by this specific type of rooster hatch less often, limiting their supply just as nationwide demand for chicken is sky high. He said the company's working to replace the rooster by the fall, but there could be a lingering supply hit that carries over maybe even into next year. The hatching crisis hit Tyson in January after they introduced the type of rooster that's now getting the boot. The breeding problem could be responsible for as much as half of Tyson's problems meeting demand for chicken, he says. It's about a 50-50 split between the hatch issue for us and the strong demand. But we will get our supplies sorted out. Yeah, there's a variety of other factors holding back chicken supply, they say. The winter storm that slammed Texas earlier this year, worker absenteeism, surge in demand, it's all hurting supply. There's not enough chicken to go around as demand nationwide. You had a meat processing shutdown caused by the pandemic, safety measures along with the surge in demand. And they've recently rolled out fried chicken sandwiches from a handful of other chains. Yeah, even some of the big name companies. KFC, they rolled out a new fried chicken sandwich. I haven't had one yet. How's that compare with Popeyes? I haven't had a Popeyes chicken sandwich, believe it or not. You've got Wingstop based out of North Carolina. Bojangles, Buffalo Wild Wings, all reporting they're struggling to keep up with demand for the chicken wings. So ongoing problems. And looking at about 10 before the hour, it's 844-3388. Danny, what's happening this morning?
Hey, good morning, Steve. I was just talking about the chlorine. I found some. The Shock is what I use on Amazon, and I bought a case and about a week ago, and I thought, well, if I get it, it was really cheap. I mean, it was cheaper than I'd paid the last several years, and I thought, well, if I get it, I ordered another case just to have backup, and so it came in. So I went back, same site, just reorder on Amazon. Well, it went up $15 a case in them 3 days that I took, but it was still really cheap. So if you jump in now, I was going to tell you what I do on my pool maintenance that really blows a lot of people's mind till they find out. I first put pool in, it's been better than 20 years ago. And you know how they do. Put it in, bring your water samples, and you go to the pool place. You come back with an armful and chemicals and this and that, and you fight the water, and I got had a pool troubleshooting chart that I hung up in the garage. First time I put it in, it seemed like every time I'd be having water problems, I go to that chart, read down, and it'd tell you if your water's cloudy or it's this or this or this, and you go to the remedies, and it always had shock was in the remedy.
Mm-hmm.
So I got to reading on the actual shock bags. It says, well, you can use this for your daily or your routine maintenance. And so I started using shock, and that's all you have to do is if you get your chlorine level up when you first open the pool up, it takes maybe 4 bags, no more probably than 5 bags of shock. You just keep taking readings, and when you get that chlorine up, here's another thing that threw me off, throws a lot of people off. You first fill a pool up with tap water that you drink. That water's not clean enough to swim in. Do you know that?
No, I didn't realize that. Well, it's not going to have as much chlorine in it, but you don't want to drink the water out of the pool because it's got too much chlorine to drink. All right, what are we looking at here? About 5 before the hour. And guess what Steve didn't do this morning? Yep. It's called phone reset. So we'll take care of that. Let me see here. And once we get it back up and running here, obviously it's 844-844-3388. Yeah, see if it takes a half dozen attempts to get it logged in this morning like it's been doing in recent days. So, yeah, we'll try that. Meanwhile, in New York, going back how many years ago was it, where they jacked up the price of cigarettes so high, and the idea was, the incentive was to try to get people to make them so expensive that people would stop smoking. It looks like they're going to be headed down the path of essentially doing the same thing with gasoline. Let's make it so expensive that you'd rather buy an electric car than keep your internal combustion engine vehicle. A plan being pursued in the state of New York, intended to reduce emissions, they say. Adoption of the plan is expected to raise fuel taxes by more than 50 cents per gallon. Wow. Right now, New York collects, 24.6 cents on gas, 22.8 on diesel. Efforts in the Democrat-led Senate and Assembly would require state greenhouse gas emissions to be trimmed by 85% by the year 2050. State greenhouse gas emissions, 85%. It's the Climate and Community Investment Act, looking to boost renewable resources at the same time as taxes collected on fossil fuels and pollutants would increase. Okay, it's paramount that New York accelerates the transition from fossil fuels to clean, renewable energy. Same thing we're hearing all around the country. All right, so they're talking about raising fuel prices up to 55 cents per gallon. Oh, and those taxes would also be increased on heating oil, propane, and natural gas. All right, with the price of fuel going up again, what's that going to put? I would assume that's going to put the average per gallon price in New York probably approaching the $4 per gallon range, depending on how high the whole national average thing goes as it stands. All righty, so we're almost to top of the hour news update, so we'll just maybe get an early jump on that, see if we can't get the phone lines back up and running. Be like the third attempt here, and we'll be set to go for our final hour. Okay, again, when we come back, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden has signed an executive order to address a recent increase of high-profile cyber attacks. The order creates a public-private partnership to improve communication between the federal government and the private sector on cyber
Studio
issues.
Web interface.
The White House says the order also creates a standardized playbook laying out how the government will respond to an attack. And rocket attacks into Israel have continued early Thursday morning, with Israeli Defense Forces responding with more airstrikes on police and security buildings in Gaza. More than 1,000 rockets have been launched into Israel by militants, with the IDF destroying at least 2 high-rise buildings in response. A commander for the military wing of Hamas was killed on Wednesday. The Ministry of Health in Gaza says that overall 69 people have been killed, with nearly 400 wounded in the attacks so far. At least 6 Israelis have also been killed in the rocket attacks. This is USA Radio News.
Billy Gerard here for Ocean Salmon. It's the New Year is on its way and you're making those resolutions. One of yours this year to eat better. And you know what? Salmon should be a part of that. And the best salmon is available delivered to you from our friends at oceansalmon.com. Chilean, farm-raised, sustainably raised in the cold Chilean waters. You know, it's one thing to make a commitment to eat better. The next step in that is knowing where your salmon comes from. The very best salmon comes from Chile, and that is oceansalmon.com. Go right now, oceansalmon.com. Use promo code ROCKSTAR15. You will get an additional pound of salmon, 15% off, and free shipping. Ocean Salmon, OSHENSALMON, oceansalmon.com. Promo code ROCKSTAR15. Free shipping, an additional pound, oh my goodness, and 15% off. Oceansalmon.com, OSHEN salmon.com. That's oceansalmon.com. Promo code ROCKSTAR15. Hurry, supplies are limited.
CDC officials faced tough questions this week at a Senate hearing on the government's pandemic response. CDC Director Rochelle Walensky was asked about the agency's hesitancy to lift guidance on mask wearing, especially in outdoor settings and among people who have been fully vaccinated. Dr. Walensky later told CNBC that the CDC hasn't updated its guidance for wearing masks indoors or in workplaces, even for people who are vaccinated, because they are waiting on more data on the real-world effects of the vaccines.
We need to ensure that the vaccines are working against all of the circulating variants that we have here in the United States. We're following that carefully. And then we need to make sure that you're not an asymptomatic carrier if, in fact, you're vaccinated. So all of that science is emerging. That's what we're following, and we will use to update our guidance.
And Ohio Governor Mike DeWine announced a unique incentive to get residents of his state vaccinated. Starting on May 26th, the Buckeye State will hold a weekly drawing for a $1 million prize for residents 18 and over who have received at least 1 dose of COVID vaccine. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The CDC has given its approval to the Pfizer COVID vaccine to be used for children ages 12 to 15 with shots available to be administered as early as Thursday. With COVID cases rising among younger Americans, could getting the vaccines to adolescents be the start of a turning point in the pandemic? Dr. Stanley Perlman says he hopes so. The professor of immunology at the University of Iowa tells CBS News that vaccinating kids will leave fewer people vulnerable to infection and slow the spread of any variants of the virus.
It depends on children that age getting vaccinated, and we hope that eventually children even younger will be vaccinated. Certainly, we want to decrease the number of children who are vulnerable. We have these new variants coming out. Fewer people who can be infected, the less likely the variants are to be able to keep growing in numbers. And we know these children sometimes get serious disease, and we want to prevent that. So I don't know if it'll turn around immediately, but it's certainly a right step towards seeing that things are turned around and we return to more normal times.
And the family of an Ohio college student who died during a fraternity hazing incident is suing that fraternity and several of its members. The family of Stone Foltz has filed a wrongful death suit against the national chapter of Pi Kappa Alpha and 10 members of the chapter at Bowling Green State University in the death of their son. Foltz died on March 20th of alcohol poisoning after a hazing ritual that saw pledges allegedly blindfolded and forced to drink an entire bottle of alcohol. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Okay, all set. Got the phone lines back up and running. Good to go. Let me see here. Yeah, we've all probably purchased something from Amazon by this point in time. In the Sommers household, the wife does a lot of shopping via Amazon. Amazon's been under pressure from shoppers, brands, and lawmakers to crack down on counterfeits. And I did a double take when I saw the number. The site said on Monday that they blocked more than 10 billion with a B. Is that possible? Suspected phony listings last year before any of their offerings could be sold. Numbers were released in Amazon's first report on its anti-counterfeiting efforts since they announced new tools and new technology. Here a couple of years ago, the number of blocked phony listings last year was up about 67% from the year before. They said the number of counterfeiters attempting to sell on their site continues to rise as scammers tried to take advantage of shoppers buying more online, of course, during the pandemic. They've wrestled with counterfeiters for years, but since 2019, they've warned investors in government filings that the sale of phony goods poses a risk, of course, to the company and its image. Brands may not want to sell their items on the site if they know there's fake versions being offered. And, of course, if you order something and you get a knockoff, that could cause you to lose your trust in Amazon, which undoubtedly would hurt their business. Counterfeiters try to get their products on Amazon through the third-party marketplace where sellers can list their items directly on the site. Says here the company destroyed 2 million counterfeit products that had been sent to their warehouses last year before they could be sold. Amazon says less than 0.1% of all items bought on their site received counterfeit complaints from shoppers. So they must be doing a pretty good job. Amazon said they can stop counterfeiters before they can sell anything thanks to machine learning technology, which automatically scans listings to remove suspected counterfeits. Okay, there you go. But yeah, millions and millions of counterfeit products. All right, well, let's get back to the calls here. And, blind man happened to be on hold when he got disconnected about
Steve,
4 times. Hello, blind man.
Something serious and then something light.
Okay.
Something serious first. Yesterday, I called the Chris Plant Show locally here in the D.C. area, and I was telling him that I feel like living in the Jimmy Carter era again, 1979, with the gas shortages and everything else that's going on. And I said, you know what? Maybe we ought to start saying America held hostage. And what day is it now? I guess it's 117 today, if I counted correctly.
Yeah.
But wash your ears out with this. I'll tell you a chicken story. My neighbor across the street has a 1-acre farm, and she grows vegetables. She likes to feed the birds, so she gets chicken. And guess who eats the chicken? The crows. So now she's throwing out bagels and donuts, and the crows are eating them too. So I could make a movie called The Birds with all the pigeons, crows, followed by the songbirds. And then my fiance comes over, and she throws popcorn out. And guess what? The crows eat that too.
They'll eat about any damn thing, won't they?
Yeah, that's what I'm finding out.
Yeah.
And the pigeons, they fly from her yard to my yard, and then they perch up on the roof, and then they fly next door to my next door neighbor. And he told me one time, he said, I don't believe this. There's a couple of crows sitting up in the tree, and they're fighting over a bagel.
That's pretty good.
So I thought you'd get a kick out of that. You can blame her for the chicken shortage.
Thank you much. Well, blind man, good to hear from you.
Okay, you take care, Steve.
Have a good morning. Yeah, that's funny. Lone Ranger shared this photo. Just talking about knockoffs. Yeah, and most of these knockoff products, counterfeit products, are made in China. They counterfeit everything over there. And he's got a photograph here of a battery, like a car battery. He said, buy a large battery made in China. You might just get a small battery in a large case filled with concrete. They've busted open the casing of this big battery. And that's pretty much what it is. It's just a little battery inside that's, connected to work to the terminals like a, normal battery would. But on either side, it's just filled with concrete to make it heavy and feel like an actual heavy car battery. Gotta love it. Let me see here. Speaking of shortages. Everywhere you turn, it's the fast food chain Chick-fil-A is announcing they are going to be rationing their sauces due to industry-wide shortages. Daily Mail notes that some customers received an email from Chick-fil-A saying, due to industry-wide shortages, we are currently limiting the number of sauces provided. Customers will only be allowed to have 1 sauce per entree, 2 per meal, and 3 for a 30 count of chicken nuggets. Industry-wide supply chain disruptions. Some Chick-fil-A restaurants are experiencing a shortage of select items like sauces. Sorry for any inconvenience. The report from The Hill said that the present sauce shortage is due to supply chain issues and labor shortages. But even with the sauce limits, Chick-fil-A has not been affected by the chicken shortage to date, like the other companies we've been talking about. Yeah, these shortages at the same time we're talking about a gas shortage, the ransomware attack. Okay, what was it a couple of weeks ago? The little ketchup packet shortages at fast food restaurants around the country. But you notice the one thing in there, labor shortage. That's the one we keep hearing about every day. I think Florida just became the latest state. Governor DeSantis saying, all right, this whole unemployment thing, you're now going to have to start looking for work again. We are reinstating the requirement. If you're receiving unemployment benefits, you have to prove you're actually looking for work. You have to start showing proof that you've looked for work. I guess this executive order is going to waive the job search requirement. It's going to end on May the 29th. Okay, we suspended that requirement last year because, of course, quite frankly, there weren't jobs available. It's a different situation now. You've got a surplus of jobs, particularly restaurants, lodging, hospitality. Yeah, they're looking to hire. I mean, you see the signs all over the place. I mean, that's kind of a good problem to have, but you want to make sure if you're really unemployed and you can't get a job, that's one thing. But you've got to be doing your due diligence to look for work. Normally, when you're getting unemployment, the whole idea, it's temporary. You need to be looking for work just to get off the unemployment roll. It's just supposed to be enough to tide you over. And of course, we know right now it's a whole lot more than just tiding them over because of the federal extended benefits and all that we've been talking about. Danny, welcome back.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Steve. Yeah, we was talking about that chlorine treating with shock. I started doing that. It's probably 15 years ago, and like I was saying, tap water, it don't come up to the standards that the pool water has to. And I guess it makes sense with kids maybe having accidents, or maybe some of the mean little boys doing it on purpose. You know what I mean? But so that you have to have a higher chlorine content. But if you take the pool and when you first open it up, 3 to 4 bags of shock, and if you take the readings and you get that chlorine level up to where it's supposed to be, when that chlorine hits where it's supposed to be, then your alkalinity and your pH is going to be just right. And I swear, man, it's just a breeze. 1 bag a week, and you're good to go. If you get a lot of rain in a week, you might have to do 2 bags, or if you get really sunny all week, that sun's hard on it too, and the trick to it also is always treat your shock, do it at night after the sun goes down, and let it work in the dark hours. But the shock that I use, I mean, you can swim like after 15 minutes when you put it in, but I mean, for years, or first few years, the pool places you have an armload of chemicals, put this in, raise the pH, but then you get the pH too high. Now you got to put some pH lower in.
Right.
Now put pH higher in. It's you just fight it, but like I say, I treat solely all year. All I use is shock, and every time I go take a reading, everything, as long as you keep the chlorine level up, everything else falls right in line, and you'll never have no problems with your water.
Well, with the shock, then the shock is obviously just a higher concentration of it's chlorine, but a higher concentrated amount. So the 1 pound bag is, I don't know, probably enough in there to be, two or three of those tablets being thrown in all at one time, kind of thing.
I would guess. I would guess that, and like I say, I bought that on Amazon for a case of 24 bags was $74, and then it come in. I was like, well, they talking about a shortage. I said, and that's plenty to do me for the year, even opening up. But then another thing too, when you close your pool up after you get ready to cover it up for the season, then always do about the same thing, about 3 or 4 bags of shock, build that chlorine content up high when you cover it up. That way, and you won't need as much to start it back up when you reopen it. But it works really well for me. And like I say, shoot, man, I can do the whole pool for less than $100 a year maintenance, and that's before, and that's been 15 years ago, and I know stuff has went way up since then at the pool places and all that. And I was paying well over that back then. You know what I mean?
Right.
But really, it's the water is always crystal clear. And like I say, as long as you keep the chlorine up to where it's supposed to be, and that's the biggest part is the initial is getting it up to start with, and sometimes it'll take 3 or 4 bags, but when you get it up initially where it's supposed to be, then all you're doing is just maintaining it. You know what I mean? In a bag a week or something, maintain it, unless, like I say, you get a lot of rain or something. A blind man was talking about them pigeons. I found out that you get in the Beltway up there around D.C., the pigeons fly upside down up there because there ain't nothing up there worth taking a dump on.
Oh, me, that's classic. All righty. Well, hey, thanks for checking in. Thanks for dialing us back up, Danny. You have a good morning. Be safe out there. I was pretty lucky last year. Like you said, some years I've talked about having issues like with especially the years I had the issue with the phosphates. You had to get the phosphate killer, which is kind of an expensive product, and then battling with the chlorine, the pH up, the pH down, the alkalinity up, the alkalinity down, and all that. I got things opened up and pretty much set last year, and I didn't hardly have to put any of that stuff in. It was a pretty good year. Let's see here. Next up, who we got on? Is it Jamie?
It's JR. Good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Morning, JR.
Hey, Steve, you was talking about those electric cars in New York wanting to decrease the emissions. That's a great idea. But here's a thought with those electric cars. They have to be plugged in to charge them. Am I correct?
Last I checked, the only way to charge them is, plug them in.
Okay. This requires a battery. Well, as in your gasoline-powered automobile, the batteries, after so long, they have a life expectancy too. What do these leftards think? Where do they think all these dead batteries are going to go? And how green is this to our landfill with all this lead batteries in the landfill? This is my question to them.
They're going to have to find some way. That is an active discussion. They're talking about all these automobiles, like with your Teslas and whatnot, and all the electric cars, the big batteries for them. They're going to have to find a way of recycling or something.
Right. I know there's a lot of food warehouses and warehouses that have battery-powered forklifts, and they can exchange them and they charge them and they can repair cells. I get that. But, like I say, a battery is no better than anything else on your vehicle. It will wear out.
Yeah.
But, and like I say, that was just a little bit of food for thought. And because this younger generation, they have no clue of, they think that just because you go out and buy a Tesla, that you're just going to be able to plug it in and, you know, it's going to last you the rest of your life. Well, I'm sorry. It's not going to happen. Not going to happen. Did I lose you?
We got you. Yeah, you're 100% correct, though. Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, the green energy. They talk about the windmills and all these, the turbines that are not recyclable, that they're having to find places to fill up the landfills with them.
Right, exactly. I mean, I did not, when they started building those things, the windmills, I thought they had a longer life expectancy than 20 years. But, you know, the things you find out later down the line, kind of like with that Obama health care thing, the Unaffordable Health Care Act. Yeah. I've never seen anything the government gets into that they don't teetotally screw up. But anyhow, have yourself a nice day. Enjoyed the show. Kept me awake.
Thank you for checking in. You do the same there. Have a good morning. Let me see here. Have we had any COVID talk this morning? Not much, but here we go. You go back, like March of 2020. It was, the China virus was just beginning to rear its ugly head here in the USA. And all the discussion about, well, it's not really likely to be past outdoor transmission. So really, from day one, that's been pretty clear. Aside from maybe some infected individual being right up in somebody's face, it was essentially zero outdoor transmission. Now they're saying, had the CDC properly conveyed this fact to the public, it could have preserved an amazing quality of life for so many people that would have included continuation of children's play and sports, fresh air, vitamin D, happier, less depressed society. Yet to this day, they continue to force children to wear masks even outdoors in the summer heat. Yeah, why is that? Several weeks ago, the CDC directors stated at a White House press conference that there's increasing data that suggest most of transmission is happening indoors rather than outdoors. Now, this is where they get you. She said, she gave a number of less than 10% of documented transmission occurs outdoors. Well, yeah, it's true, but it's kind of a misleading truth. The problem is that the number is really much closer to zero, and that fact was known a year ago. Some epidemiologists have spoke to believe that maybe it may be below 0.1%, and almost all transmission seems to have involved crowded places or close conversation. So, in other words, to say less than 10% of COVID transmission occurs outdoors is akin to saying that sharks attack less than 20,000 swimmers a year. See, the actual world number of shark attacks is about 150. See, it's true, but it's deceiving. It's less than 10%, but it's 1/10 of 1%. It's not just a matter of semantics. And then you've got the CDC is still recommending all unvaccinated people wear masks outdoors, including children at summer camp. Remember we shared that about a week ago? Yeah, summer camp time's rolling around. Kids have to stay at least 6 feet apart. Have to wear a mask, even when you're outdoors at all times. Why do they continue the fear-mongering? All right, before we get to our bottom of the hour news break, who we got on the line here? Somebody talking about a closure on 75, I believe. I'm not seeing a name.
Yep.
Yep, who's this?
This is Tim.
Hey, Tim, what's going on? What you got?
Yeah, down here on 75 South Jellicoe Mountain, down here in Tennessee.
Yep, very familiar.
Okay. We had a truck that actually ran into another truck going up, just starting up the mountain there. So they got the road shut down.
Totally shut down?
Yeah, it's completely shut down.
Okay.
It just happened there. It was about 3:30 when it happened.
Okay, about an hour ago?
Yeah.
Well, I know
it didn't look real good.
I know that trucks, loaded trucks, tend to really, really crawl up that hill there. So somebody was going fast and didn't see him slowed down or something, just slammed into him?
Yeah, that's what it looked like. There wasn't much left of the one that hit the other one. So.
Okay. All right.
So it looks like it's going to be a lengthy cleanup.
All right. Well, thank you for the heads up. Not a good day for somebody down there.
Good talking to you, Steve.
Thank you for checking in. Have a great morning. There you go. So 75 at Jellicoe. All right, we'll get a news break in here. More to come. Lines available at 844-3388. Yeah, it's probably been, week and a half, 2 weeks ago that big hailstorm hammered parts of southern Texas. And as people continue to work with their insurance companies in the aftermath of another billion-dollar disaster, meteorologists have been investigating potentially what they say was record-setting chunks of ice that fell that day. Hailstones larger than grapefruits were reported in Hondo, Texas, about 40 miles west of San Antonio. This is going back it was, April the 28th, I think it was. Yeah, hail was so large in one case that it actually busted through the ceiling of a house in the area. One photo that floated around on social media showed a quarter on a table that was dwarfed by one of those massive hailstones. Only problem was the photo didn't show a ruler nearby to accurately measure the size of the stone. According to the meteorologists that are looking into it, they said we're using a method called photogrammetry to estimate the size of the hailstone given the known size of the quarter. I tried to account for the camera's perspective, measuring 2 axes of the quarter. Then I used the outlines of the quarter across what I thought would be the maximum dimension of the hailstone. Based on that method, the hailstone is estimated to have been between 6.27 and 6.57 inches in diameter. A big one. Unfortunately, this particular hailstone was not saved. But apparently his estimate proved to be accurate. A team from the Insurance Institute coordinated with the National Weather Service to analyze another massive hailstone that fell in Hondo that same day. This one was actually preserved. They confirmed state record hailstones in Colorado and Alabama. They used specialized equipment to 3D print the hail to aid with research long after the ice is melted. This stone weighed in at 1.26 pounds, had a diameter of 6.4 inches. That criteria can be called severe, which is considered to be 1 inch in diameter, hail this large. Now, in rare instances, the hail that reaches 6 inches in diameter is classified as gargantuan. I'd say gargantuan hail is officially hail with maximum dimensions greater than or equal to 6 inches. So you indeed had gargantuan hail that fell in Hondo, Texas on that day. With that, we'll get a news break and return with more. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden has signed an executive order to address a recent increase of high-profile cyber attacks. The order creates a public-private partnership to improve communication between the federal government and the private sector on cyber issues. The White House says the order also creates a standardized playbook laying out how the government will respond to an attack. And rocket attacks into Israel have continued early Thursday morning, with Israeli Defense Forces responding with more airstrikes on police and security buildings in Gaza. More than 1,000 rockets have been launched into Israel by militants, with the IDF destroying at least 2 high-rise buildings in response. A commander for the military wing of Hamas was killed on Wednesday. The Ministry of Health in Gaza says that overall 69 people have been killed, with nearly 400 wounded in the attacks so far. At least 6 Israelis have also been killed in the rocket attacks. This is USA Radio News.
Got an old car? You can donate it, whether it's running or not, to the United Breast Cancer Foundation and save a life. They'll even come and pick it up for free. The United Breast Cancer Foundation has saved hundreds of women's lives through their free or low-cost breast screen exams. But now they need your help. The United Breast Cancer Foundation wants to save more lives through early detection by offering women free or low-cost breast screening exams. And donating your old car, SUV, or truck, whether it's running or not, helps pay for them. Plus, you get a charitable tax deduction. Help the United Breast Cancer Foundation save lives by donating your old car, SUV, or truck. Call now for free pickup. 800-280-2144. 800-280-2144. 800-280-2144. Call right now. That number again is 800-280-2144.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Let me see here. I see a deranger. I saw that story you sent to me from the Washington Post. Yeah, I saw it a couple of weeks ago, I think that was. And I talk about electric cars, Tesla, and the batteries and all that. There was a Tesla car that crashed and caught fire. Struck a tree, burst into flames. This was north of Houston a few weeks ago. Apparently, it took 4 hours for fire officials to put out the flames. A 2019 Model S Tesla. They found 2 passengers dead and discovered that neither was driving the Tesla at the time of the crash. Do what? Our investigation has determined one of the victims was in the front passenger seat, one was in the back seat. We're 100% certain no one was in the driver's seat. But the idea that the fire, they couldn't put the fire out. I guess it's what, the lithium-ion battery or whatever. I think it took 4 hours and something akin to 30,000 gallons of water to put out the fire on this Tesla. There's the official word down there. Okay. Officials in Houston said the battery inside the Tesla ignited after the collision, a fire that burned for 4 hours, requiring more than 30,000 gallons of water to put out. They said we've never experienced a crash scene like this. Yeah, so I guess you'd get the flames out, but it would just reignite. All right, let me get back to the calls here. Next up, I think Monty's on the line. Been a while since we've heard from Monty. How you been?
Pretty good, Steve. How about you? How you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Yeah. I thought I would call in here and talk about this infrastructure bill. They were supposed to do the markup or, get this thing headed through Congress this week. And apparently there's been some sort of a delay or something or whatever. So now they think it's going to go next week and try to get it sent over to the Senate before they go on their break for the Memorial Day weekend. So, which, as much as there are, a lot of stuff in the infrastructure bill that really has nothing to do with infrastructure, it's probably the least harmful between the infrastructure and the highway bill, because the highway bill, you may recall me talking last time I was on, there was like $400 million that they were going to allocate over and above the budget from last year, strictly for random roadside enforcement for FMCSA DOT stuff.
Yeah.
So, that's one thing that's not in the infrastructure bill. So that's one that's a good thing there. So, but we don't know exactly for sure. We're just kind of figuring we're going to get the same. If the highway bill comes out, what we got in HR 2 last year, which was all the insurance going up and there was actually some mandatory sleep apnea testing and stuff that was in that last year. That so nothing's got a number yet. Nothing's out yet. But we're looking for it probably to hit probably next week or something. So
is there going to be potentially? What's some of the other items? Are they going to have speed limiter kind of stuff and all that? Would that come in that sort of a bill or something else?
I don't think the speed limit bill is going to would be in the infrastructure. I mean, although anything could be tacked on, as an amendment. And that's where, when they go through the markup process, and the other thing too, is that this infrastructure bill, you're going to have things coming in from the appropriations committee. It's going to be more like you remember the transportation, housing, urban development, FUD bills, they called them or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be more of a catch-all to where you won't have just one particular committee that's going to be input from several different committees, appropriations, transportation, kind of a more broader spectrum than just what the T&I committee is putting together.
Okay.
So, but I mean, they can attach, as we've seen in past bills. I mean, just general stuff going through Congress that somebody has an idea that they can tack something onto it there as an amendment. If they allow it, then yeah, it could be done. So, but we don't think there's any appetite right now. We hope there's not for the PRO Act, that type of deal. And nobody knows if they're going to get what was it? He was talking like 2.3 trillion or something or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That there's quite a bit of stuff that they think is probably going to be, if they get half of that, because there's a lot of Democrats now that are kind of talking about, hey, we might, we need to walk some of the spending back here. We're kind of going down the wrong road here.
Mm-hmm.
But it's, there's several unknowns right now, Steve. That's about the best way to explain it.
Okay. What about the parking bill? I know that Oweida's been trying to drum up support for that.
Yeah, the parking bill is one bill that we hope can get through on this thing here to try to get some actual again, not technology, but get spaces actually built for guys to be able to park. So that's one that we're trying to get it attached to whatever they think is going to pass. But right now, I think they were going to work on the infrastructure bill first, is what we're hearing.
Okay.
So, Steve, as nuts as things are right now, that with the world being upside down, they could flip the switch tomorrow and decide to do something different.
Yep.
But that's what we're hearing. But yeah, the parking bill is something that and it continues to gain a lot of sponsors and stuff too, co-sponsors. But yeah, they're hopeful that can be something that would be included in the infrastructure bill if it does indeed pass. To get some actual, parking relief here. We've been hearing about this thing for how long, Steve? I mean,
exactly.
10 years or something or whatever.
Yep.
So, at any rate, I don't know if you had any other questions on that or anything, but I just kind of wanted to, like say, give you an update on it right now, as it was supposed to have been working its way through this week and has been delayed for who knows whatever reasons, I guess.
Yeah.
But, on that story you had, Steve, about the gargantuan size hail.
Yes.
Could you imagine the poor cows and horses or whatever animals that are outside got caught in that thing?
Yeah.
I mean, wow. You talking about? I mean, I would think probably some of those right there probably could kill, especially maybe smaller ones, calves or whatever.
Absolutely. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. I do remember back in 1974, Steve, I just had graduated high school, and the tornado that hit Lebanon, Ohio there, I was working for an excavating company south of Lebanon there, and all of a sudden it got real pitch dark and stuff, and all, whatever time in the afternoon, about 4 o'clock, I think, or something, and it started hailing. We went out and picked up a hail ball the size of a softball. We kept it in the freezer there at work for the longest time because we thought nobody's going to believe this if we don't save this.
Exactly. I remember those. Yeah. I remember those storms. I think we got hail maybe the size of. Some of them were close to maybe a tennis ball size. That's the biggest I've ever seen.
Yeah. I would imagine, wouldn't you think, though, if you had hail that size, I mean, pretty much the car is just going to be towed to the junkyard and as a total. I mean, you could just imagine the dents it's going to be. I mean, that's what's that one commercial, Steve, for the dent pullers? I don't think you're going to work on that one. So.
I don't think so. I remember my mom had a Pontiac. I can't remember, but it was a convertible. When that storm came through.
Yeah.
And we were all kind of, watching out the window, and we saw one hail ball go right through the roof, right through the convertible roof. We didn't realize once the storm was over, we went out there and it looked like Machine Gun Kelly. I mean, hail had just shredded the roof.
Wow. Yeah. Listen, by the way, which there's probably all different kind of places to find some updates, but they have been publishing. I know on the landline daily, they've been publishing places where, like with the fuel outages and stuff out there on the East Coast, Hill wanted to pass along. They had a pretty good list of the loves and pilots and stuff that, oddly enough, none of the TAs were actually out. Intermittent outages, they said. But some of the loves and pilots were desperate to get fuel in. And if I could, I don't want to go too long, you got other people I get to, but it's really odd, Steve, when you think about the hours of service are for safety, right? And yet they've given the green light, and understandably so, but they've given the green light to guys hauling some of those volatile stuff there is out there. And by and large, these guys do an amazing job, because how many times when they have the exemptions on hours of service, that do you ever really hear about anything ever really catastrophic ever happening? And I mean, yep. I of all the years I've been trucking, and ever since they've been doing these, I don't ever recall maybe one or two instances where there was something and it wasn't even the driver's fault. Again, it was, a car or somebody else that caused the accident. But, they tell those guys, hey, you got the exemption. They just, hey, haul ass and haul the gas and sleep when you need to,
Yep.
But yet, if you're out here hauling general freight, hey, don't get over that 11 hours or, make sure you got that 10-hour break in there and stuff. I mean, it's just kind of doesn't make sense to me. So, at any rate, I'll let you go, Steve. I appreciate the time on being
Absolutely.
on the show.
Hey, I appreciate the updates. Thank you. Anytime, Monty. Have a good morning. And what are we looking at here? I saw the photograph. Police stopped a semi-truck hauling a severely damaged trailer in Pennsylvania Tuesday evening near Blair County. According to WTAJ, officers noticed a big rig hauling a trailer with clear fire damage and bare rims. So they pulled the semi over at the intersection of 6th Avenue and Burgoon Road. Upon further investigation, the officers were told the trailer had been damaged in a fire several months ago and that it was being hauled to a junkyard. But again, it was on rims. You have the side of the trailer where the fire was, the back. It's nothing but 2 rims there. That's it. Officers are still investigating why the trailer was being driven to the junkyard rather than being transported appropriately. Then police are investigating a string of unrelated highway shootings southeast of Nashville in the last month. So far, 4 suspects have been arrested, but many are still at large, they say. According to News 4 Nashville, in the last month, reports of suspects shooting cars and pointing guns at passing drivers has increased in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. While police believe the shootings are all unrelated, they're still working to determine who is responsible. The rash of shootings started on March the 6th on I-24 when a 19-year-old sustained critical injuries in a shooting. 2 suspects have then since been charged with attempted murder and conspiracy to commit murder in that case. Then on April the 19th, someone in a car fired shots at Juan Parada while he was driving on I-24 between I-84 and Almaville Road. They have not yet solved that case. Then last Friday, the next round of shootings began. One motorist traveling along I-24 near Smyrna. When another driver fired 5 shots at his car, a witness was able to give a description to the police. Police stopped the suspect, taking them into custody. A 24-year-old has since been charged with attempted first-degree murder, with pending charges for endangering other motorists. Then Saturday, the following day, a woman called police after she believed someone fired a gun at her vehicle, shattering a window on I-840. The incident left the woman with minor cuts on the side of her face. Police later confirmed the vehicle was shot at least 3 times. We're not done yet. Monday, earlier this week, a trucker contacted police to report another driver pointing a handgun at him on I-24. Police investigated. 38-year-old Brian Ferguson was arrested and charged with aggravated assault and released on $11,000 bond. That's just, despite this influx, police say they believe they're all unrelated to one another. Just a whole bunch of angry road rage people out there. Okay, real quick, Rob checking in Wisconsin. Morning, Rob.
Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Good.
Real quick, I know you're running out of time. That your hail story reminded me of some years ago in Wisconsin, around the Columbus Fall River area in Wisconsin, which is north of Madison. My buddy happened to be having a rummage sale, him and his wife, in the country. And all of a sudden he says, the birds stopped chirping and singing, and it got super quiet. And you could hear it coming, he said. And of course, a bad time to be having a rummage sale. What's in your garage is all your stuff. And where are your vehicles?
Out of the garage. Yeah.
So, he said it started coming, and it started crashing through the windows of the house, and him and his wife would grab the cushions off the couch to hold the hail back from blowing the screens out inside the house. It was that big a hail diameter. Just, of course, trashed the shingles on two sides of the house, and tore the siding all up on two sides of the house. And
wow.
It was eerie driving. It was eerie driving in that area the next day, because all in the middle of summer there wasn't a tree in town that had a leaf on it. It seemed really weird. But I install HVAC heating and air conditioning for a living, and I had to go every factory in town and replace all their chimney tops because they were just so dented and smashed from the size of the ice balls.
Wow.
But Mother Nature rules, that's for sure.
No doubt about it. Well, thanks for sharing this morning, Rob. Good to have you with us.
Thank you. Have a good day.
And Rob gets to be our final caller here on a Thursday morning. All right, so believe it or not, Friday coming on. Come on back at the midnight hour tonight, and we'll get set, ready to roll into the weekend. What'll be on the plate tonight? I'm sure we'll find some fun stuff to discuss. Thank you so much for being along for the ride. We'll wrap up another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.